G'day, bird nerds. Welcome to Monday morning here in the Pacific Arc, the wonderful Southeast Asian quadrant of the world. I'm Grant. I'm a bird nerd. This is the Bird Emergency, both podcast and live stream for those newbies. And let's do the total. Hey, wow. Call to action stuff that everyone says you have to do when you're doing social media and live streaming. How about a look at the camera? Hello, everyone. Hello to you on Twitter/X. It's a pleasure to see you. You can comment and be involved because that's always fun. And it's nice to do that information sharing. We're also going live on Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram. But special note for those of you on Instagram, the stream automatically cuts off after an hour. So I'll have to keep reminding and jumping in until it does cut off. But if you want to join in for the long haul, and it is a long haul today, I'll tell you more about that in a minute, thebirdemergency.com/YouTube or thebirdemergency.com/Facebook will get you to the right spot. I'd like to bring in my first guest for today. And my first guest is, well, I looked really hard for a walk-on part in The Wire for my guest. Dr. Claire Nemes. Claire is from Maryland. Hello, Claire. Welcome to the Bird Emergency.
Hi, Grant. Thank you so much for having me on.
It's been a bit of a long haul, hasn't it? Because I think we're getting back to almost 18 months ago when I first reached out to Claire.
And this is mostly my fault for postponing things a year and a half.
But I mean, let's give everyone a bit of a heads up that doing research and getting your PhD, like all your fieldwork data analysed and then shared with people and getting comments and everything before your final submissions has taken an awful long time. And there was this little thing called a pandemic, which meant that nearly everybody who was collecting data, doing fieldwork, was on hold for years. So I want to say, Claire, congratulations for actually getting it done.
Thank you.
Because it's super hard. Now, Claire is, an ornithologist, an ecologist, a conservation biologist, all of those things wrapped up into one. And Claire did her PhD through the Centre for Environmental Studies, wasn't it? Environmental Science? It's environmental studies, isn't it?
It's a mouthful. It's the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, which is longer than anybody's name and job title included.
You can find them on Twitter at UMCES.
Yes.
So shout out to that school. And Claire, well, I'll let you tell everyone, Claire, as what was the broad topic of your research?
Sure. Yeah. So I finished up my PhD right around this time last year, and I focused on the ecology and conservation of specifically migratory birds in the United States, mostly in the sort of Nearctic Neotropical conservation system, as well as some additional fieldwork that I did in Puerto Rico, and with a specific focus on, anthropogenic threats was a real focus of several of my chapters. So that includes, the effects of free roaming cats on birds and specifically on birds during migration, this like really intense period in their life cycles where they're undergoing all of these really interesting challenges completely apart from, the ones that we humans throw at them.
Welcome, Twitch. I can see some people have popped in. Now, Claire, what we generally do early in the morning, early-ish in the morning, is I do a little thing called First Seen and Heard, which is where I just say the first bird that I saw today and the first bird that I heard today was whatever. So as to not upset my regular folks, this is going to be this morning's First Seen and Heard. I do it on Twitter, and then later on I repost on all the other platforms. But this, I better put a marker in because I need to edit the podcast again. So this is today's First Seen and Heard. We don't really need the introduction of you at the end, so I'll cut it off. Hello, YouTube too. So here we are.
Good morning, bird nerds. Welcome to another week. Monday morning here in Wurundjeri country. That's Melbourne, the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri people in Australia here. First seen and heard today. Pretty easy. First seen and heard. Both. My first bird, Australian magpie. And look. Oh. I hope you could see that. That was Mrs. Magpie. Mr. Magpie is around. It was a close run thing. The magpie larks were also up early. I want to tell you, at 9 a.m.
There we are. At 9 a.m. I'll be talking to Dr. Claire Nemes. Who would ever have, whoever would have worked that out? So there we go. That's what we do for First Seen and Heard. And it's a bit of a marathon today, folks, because after Claire and I are speaking, and I'll make some lunch and have a bit of an intermission, Dr. Holly Parsons from BirdLife is back after her long service leave. So it's the first Monday with Holly. So Monday midday, Holly's back. So, but the stream will keep going, and I'll probably pop in and do some correspondence and stuff like that in the intervening bit. Now, Claire, I did say to you we will have to double introduce because I need to do the serious podcast introduction. So
Go for it.
I'll just see if anyone's on Instagram. No, most people are smart and they jump out of Instagram and come to other platforms. But if you do pick this up in a little while, if you're on Instagram, come across to Facebook or YouTube, thebirdemergency.com/YouTube or thebirdemergency.com/Facebook. But I prefer YouTube because I do stuff on YouTube that I don't do on other platforms. So come to YouTube. Okay, done my call to action. And this all gets out on the podcast eventually. That's the birdemergency.com/podcast if you haven't checked it out before. But here we go. I'll just do the... today on the Bird Emergency, speaking with Dr. Claire Nemes. Claire has completed her PhD broadly on the effects that people and the stuff we do has on migratory birds, and how some of those birds are adapting to the stuff that we are doing to them and around them. Claire, welcome to the Bird Emergency.
Thank you for having me on.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Claire. It's a pleasure. Now, you're in Maryland in the US, so that's on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
How do you refer to that part of America? Because I mean, on the other side of the world, we kind of know where New York is, and we kind of know that there's New England, and we know about the Florida Everglades, and we kind of know about the Rockies,
Yeah,
and we know about the desert stuff near Mexico, and we kind of know that it's really cold up around the lakes and Canada and snow and snowy owls and stuff like that. But we're not really aware of this amazingly massive migration that is undertaken twice a year because birdies go up, birdies come down. and where they go. So tell us about the area that you're in, and then briefly introduce to us what your PhD was about. And fear not, everyone, we'll get into the journey of getting to the PhD later as we go on.
Yeah, well, that's I mean, I'm impressed with your knowledge of U.S. geography, because it's much more comprehensive than mine is of Australian geography. But it's basically, yeah, we have, Maryland is not too far south of New York. It's basically like, if you know where Washington D.C. is, Maryland surrounds most of it. Like D.C. is kind of like snuggled up into Maryland, but it's a tiny state, and we would call it sort of like mid-Atlantic. It's on the coast. It has a really nice bay called the Chesapeake Bay, which funnels a lot of migratory shorebirds and waterfowl, especially. And then, but sort of thinking about like the eastern U.S. and into Canada, is this like extraordinary, like as you were saying, sort of movements of migratory songbirds that are coming up from Central and South America and the Caribbean, where they spend the non-breeding season. And the eastern U.S. is primarily forested, and where I live in this part of Maryland, we have the Appalachian Mountains, which are a much older and less dramatic mountain range than the Rockies, but there's been a lot of time for migration to evolve through that area. And a lot of those birds end up going and breeding in this amazing wide swath of the boreal forest in Canada, which is sort of this nursery for a lot of long distance migratory songbird species, as well as waterfowl and shorebirds and things. So I don't know if that helps sort of geographically situate things a little bit. And then special appearance from, that's one of the cats named Veery.
Hi, Veery.
A Veery is a neotropical Nearctic migratory songbird. It's a thrush. It's one of my favorite birds. So that's what she's named after.
Now, there's a really good spot for me to interject.
Mm-hmm.
You've given me the opportunity with Veery. Your focus was really on songbirds,
mm-hmm.
and we over here have very different groups of songbirds than you do. So can you tell us what the major groups are? Now, I might let you know that I have done a whole episode on the prothonotary warbler.
Oh, cool!
And we have done some brown-headed cowbirds.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, they're awesome.
I think so. Really interesting relationship, obviously, with the prothonotary warbler. But tell us about the major groups of birds that are moving. This time of year, they're moving. It's coming into your summer, isn't it? So they're moving, from the south to the north. So they're coming from South America, Central America, the southern parts of the US,
mm-hmm.
And moving through there's different flyways, but your one is that Atlantic
eastern,
flyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So tell us about what are the main groups of birds that are moving through, and can you give us a brief idea of what they are? For instance, I'm always trying to work out what a bunting is compared to a thrush, compared to a finch, compared to a warbler.
And the taxonomists are always rearranging and redefining what those are. So yeah, and we've obviously the folks who first came up with bird names recycled a whole bunch of them. So a robin in in your part of the world is not the same as a robin in Europe, or the same as a robin in here. They're all taxonomically different. So but yeah, so we have you mentioned warblers, and actually one of my lab mates studied prothonotary warblers for his master's. So that's a whole group that is primarily these long distance, what we call Nearctic neotropical migrants, and they are sort of obligate migrants, and so they make that migration every single year, regardless of what's happening with food conditions, which is different than maybe some of the the systems in Australia, where I think you have a lot more sort of facultative and nomadic migratory movement. Birds.
Altitudinal is really
Yeah.
Is really common here,
Hmm.
and we have quite a lot of birds that move from, say, Tasmania onto the mainland, and then some moving, from the south of the mainland up. But yeah, a lot of opportunistic migration, which I think we just would talk about eruptions.
Right. Yeah.
When there's positive breeding situations in the inland lakes
Mm-hmm.
and things like that. So yeah, definitely you can't set your clock by our migrations.
Yeah, but it's so fascinating. And another one of my lab mates studies, we do have some eruptive migrants here, many of which are finches, so mostly little seed eating birds that are following, they move more in years when there's a failure or a bumper crop of the seed crops. And so that's maybe a more analogous kind of system. But yeah, these obligate migrants are typically insectivorous, or like the thrushes will eat, fruits and insects. A lot of birds eat, fruit as well. And then we have, hummingbirds, which are, they eat nectar as well as insects. So those are, we have things like warblers, we have orioles, which I think are, they're in the sort of blackbird family. We have vireos, which I'm not sure if there's an Australian equivalent of a vireo.
No, we don't have vireos, but I'm wondering whether our Georgiines or perhaps our whistlers, our thickheads might be similar. We have orioles, but I'm not sure that our orioles are the same as yours. Although I know that ours are true orioles and and that the Asian orioles and European orioles are in the same. I think most of them are in the same genus, like in subcontinent India and whatnot. But I'm not sure they're actually the same as American orioles.
Yeah, I don't. It's been many years since I took ornithology and like had the actual taxonomy, and again, as I said, it's all been sort of rearranged since then in the last decade. But I'm ashamed to say I don't think they're not like super closely related. But I can't remember if your orioles are blackbirds. Like
no. Our orioles are not thrushes.
Okay.
So,
yeah. We do have thrushes too. Yeah.
Yeah. Our thrushes are Thuthera is the genus, and I don't think, and someone will correct me, and please do. I don't claim to be an expert in this field, but I think they are allied to true thrushes, but they are not true thrushes. We have the blackbird and the song thrush introduced here, as does have New Zealand. But I think we don't have true thrushes, and I think that might be maybe one of the effects of the Wallace line. I think but someone will correct me, and I'm waiting for Ricky Coughlin to perhaps send me an email and tell me what's that I'm wrong. But,
yes, and me as well. Yeah. But yes, the thrushes, like the blackbirds and song thrushes that you mentioned that have been introduced, are pretty similar. So like I think they're the genus Turdus, which is what our American robins are, which are a little bit different. I mean, American robins have a whole other migration system that people are learning a lot about, but they don't generally go all the way down to the neotropics. They're not going to Central or South America over the non-breeding season, like some of the wood thrushes and veeries and things are.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So, all right, well, we didn't really get there. There's too many weeds to get right into. What I wanted to narrow down with you is you were. Well, how did you narrow down which songbirds to study, and what were your methods? And let's follow on into that. This is a long question. So, what were you aiming to find out? I mean, it's always difficult in this kind of research where you don't really know enough to come up with a thesis question. You really have to come up with a thesis topic. So tell us how you dealt with that, and then made the selections of what to study.
Yeah, that's a great question. Part of it is a lot of times you'll start working with an advisor. Your PhD advisor has some kind of general area of interest, and some people, their topic is really sort of prescribed, and some people have a lot more latitude to kind of come up with their own questions. And I was really fortunate that I was able to do the latter. So my advisor, Dr. Emily Cohen, here at UMCES, which is our what we call the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, is our shorthand for it. So she is a migration biologist or migration ecologist. She primarily studies songbird migration, but is also interested in other migratory animal taxa that aren't birds. And so I was really fortunate to be able to work with her, and so I think, and I studied a migratory warbler for my master's degree. So I was always really interested in migratory species, but I was studying them during the breeding season, and migration, that period of their life cycle, is just like this whole really fascinating process, because birds are under just this intense, sort of physical challenge that they have to do, sometimes migrating thousands of kilometers. They're flying at night. They're, flying through these landscapes that they've never visited before. If it's their first migration, they're doing this by instinct. They're using the stars and, the polarized light and a whole bunch of other cues to navigate. I mean, really fascinating stuff. And so, and I see you've pulled up some of my old master's research. Yeah.
Yes. On the warbler, I just wanted to let people know that I have done some reading. Cerulean warbler, yes,
and they're very charismatic. They're very cute. There's a lot of interest in studying them because they're a species whose population really declined. They're considered a mature forest dependent breeder, although they kind of like a little bit more heterogeneous canopy structure. But anyway, their population's really, tanked. And so there's a lot of effort now to kind of figure out what are the sort of forest management strategies you can do that provide good breeding habitat for them when they're in North America, when they're in the US and Canada.
Is raking the forest one of those strategies?
No. No, it is not. But things like prescribed burns was something that is, in order to sort of encourage, regeneration of there's certain like tree species like oaks that, can be fire adapted in some situations. And so that can actually be a, part of sort of a holistic kind of forest management plan. But raking is not.
Just slightly off the topic, we're having a lot of discussion now about the prescribed burning that happens here, particularly as a result of the catastrophic bushfires that we have
years back
fairly regularly. Well, I was in, I think, year 11 when we had what was called Ash Wednesday. So what was that? And then we've had sort of Black Saturday and in my area and a number.
You're running out of days of the week,
Well, in all the sorts of different parts of the country it's happening. I mean, Western Australia, southwest of Western Australia, is in the grips of a whole series of catastrophic burns now, where we're losing habitat that is not able to have that 30, 40, 50 year cycle without having a really intense hot burn again. So it's a touchy topic now.
Yeah.
And of course, the majority view seems to be, oh, of course we must burn like this because we have to protect houses. And it's the science is not generally supportive of that as it once was. I'll just let people know, for the podcast listeners, we do these live and people put questions in and comments as we're going. Naomi, thank you. I have both of them. I'll let you know, Naomi, that we will be talking about those issues that you've raised. So we will be getting there soon. Okay, let's go back to what I did ask you. How did you?
Yeah, sorry.
You've got a very accommodating supervisor at the University of Maryland, and you are trying to tie together what to study, and your master's study was on the cerulean warbler, but now you have to come up with your PhD premise topic. So what did you do?
Yeah, so it's a little complicated because I did end up sort of, pulling together some different areas. And part of that was because of the pandemic and, some things changing. But, I was really interested in this period of this bird's life cycle, of songbirds kind of in general. And I was especially interested in songbirds because they're so, they're so charismatic. They make these extraordinary journeys. There's like dozens and dozens or, hundreds of species of them that are doing this incredible nocturnal, migratory flights. And I was interested in the ways that we humans are sort of complicating that period for them. And especially, I have cats. I love cats, but I also know that cats kill billions of birds, globally every year. They kill, yeah. I really enjoy your background picture there. In addition to, and so, one of my chapters ended up focusing on, we know that cats kill birds. We know that cats probably kill birds during migration, although that hasn't been super well studied. But we also know that cats can affect birds and other wildlife negatively without killing them. And so that can be through things like disease transmission. And I was listening to another interview that you did with, I think it was Judy Dunlop, who was talking about, obviously toxoplasmosis and a bunch of other diseases that cats can transmit to humans and to other wildlife, including birds. But then there's a whole
Judy.
If she's out there. Yeah, really interesting. But then there's also, just the presence of a cat, this introduced predator, and hopefully folks know that cats aren't native anywhere because they're a domestic animal. They've been, they're their own species that wouldn't exist if it weren't for humans domesticating them from an ancestral wildcat, millennia ago. So the presence of this predator, and especially in like high densities on the landscape, can cause, behavioral changes. And sometimes those behavioral changes, might alter how effectively a bird is able to forage or whether it's able to provision its offspring. And so they can have these, what we call non-lethal effects as well. And so I was really interested in that kind of component of the free roaming cat debate.
So did you narrow down to a species or a group? And then tell us about that. Then we'll talk about some of the particular effects apart from cats that people are having. How our way of life is injected into these migratory habits and the paths that the birds take.
Yeah. Sorry, I know I've been
no, it's
rambling.
Okay. We've got all day. So, well, no, we've got until midday.
Yeah, we have less than a day. But yeah, so thinking of right, and there's other human activities that can have these non-lethal effects, and so for the research sort of idea I designed, was to do a field experiment. So that involves, capturing wild birds, and then the experiment that I designed was to expose them to the threat of predators, and then see how they respond. So this is birds during migration, because we don't, again, birds are having to forage and put on enough fat while they're migrating. They're trying to migrate as fast as they can in many cases, to get to their breeding grounds or to get to their non-breeding areas. And then they also have to think about, like, where are the native predators, where, is there bad weather coming, all these things that they have to cope with when they're stopping on the ground to refuel. So I was really curious on how how cats might be affecting that process. And so originally that research, I had planned for it to take place at my advisor's long-term study site, which was Mad Island Marsh Preserve, which is on the Gulf Coast of Texas, the U.S. Gulf of Mexico coast, where there's this really, there's interesting barrier islands. That's often an important stopover habitat for birds that are migrating across the Gulf. It's this some birds go around and they actually, go through Mexico, but some of them actually cross over the Gulf to land in the U.S. when they're coming north, and then same thing in the south, or in the fall when they're heading south. But because of the pandemic, that all shut down, and we had, planned research that was canceled for 2 field seasons in a row. So I was really, really lucky that at that point, I had already started volunteering at a bird banding station that is close by where I live here, called Powder Mill Avian Research Center. It's in Pennsylvania. If anybody's familiar with where Pittsburgh is, it's not too far from that. But anyway, just, it's in that general kind of mid-Atlantic Northeast area. And they were very kind, and they were like, yeah, well, why don't you just, you could just switch and basically move your whole experimental setup there. Because they have this, fantastic bird banding station where they're capturing, thousands and thousands of birds a year, and during migration, and they just let me kind of set that up here. So the study species that I picked was a bird called the gray catbird, and because it was kind of too perfect not to, but also because they're quite large. They're a species that Powder Mill captured a lot of. You want to make sure you have a large enough sample size, so you don't want to pick a species that, they only catch, 2 or 3 a year of those. And there has also been a little bit of research on how they respond to predators. And they're sometimes victims of domestic cat predation, especially in urban areas. There's some documentation of that. So for all of those reasons, that's why I picked gray catbirds as a study species for that chapter.
So how many birds did you capture for your particular study?
Oh, good question. I think that originally I probably had more than 100, but then ended up, for whatever reason, weeding that down, or, some birds weren't suitable, or sometimes the experimental trial would get interrupted by somebody on a lawnmower going by, or, various other mishaps. I think my final sample size was, I had 63 birds, I believe, that I had tagged. This was another component of it. I was putting these little tracking devices on them to be able to see how they respond to exposure to a predator after I released them. And so, so I believe I had over 100 birds that I did the experiment with, and then a subset that I had tagged was fewer. They have to meet certain requirements, for you to safely tag them. You don't want the tag to be too big for the bird, and so we don't tag anything that is, below a certain weight threshold.
Now, I'm just having a look at a couple of the publications that that you put out that formed your PhD.
Mm-hmm.
So we've read the topics, and that will be the basis of the next question to tease some of this out.
Oh, sure.
Springing forward,
Mm-hmm.
migrating songbirds catch up with the start of spring in North America. Then your 2 earlier ones, more than mortality, consequences of human activity on migrating birds extend beyond direct mortality, and then moving the goalposts. And this is the one that I first checked out when I first contacted you. Moving the goalposts, migratory birds in a changing world. And immediately prior to that, you had Cat Wars. You were in a book that was titled Cat Wars.
Oh, I wasn't. It was a book review that I did. Yeah,
book review. Beg your pardon.
It's a great book. You should read it.
Yeah. So your interests, obviously, we're talking about cats. You've got non-lethal effects, and this is going back to that comment from Naomi earlier. You've got lighting. So we've got the movement towards dark skies to try and help birds not get confused when they are migrating. And we've done, I've done a couple of episodes focusing on that before. We've got habitat loss, which means that birds, you reference an island where it's a stop-off point. If long-lived birds are relying on memory, and the places that they usually stop at are then no longer a suitable place to stop, then what happens? If they're a bird that isn't relying on memory, and that it may be an innate skill that they have, whether is that the right terminology, but that they are flying to somewhere expecting there to be something to eat and to rest upon, and it's gone.
Right.
What happens to them? We've got cats. We've mentioned that maybe they land, they're exhausted, they've got to attend bird feeders or just go and glean food in the natural environment, and there are cats that are taking a proportion of them. We have buildings that pop up and that birds fly into, or maybe they are not flying into them, but that they then take detours that may add significant percentages to the distance that they travel. So then maybe we have exhaustion.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
It's a massive amount. So that was my long introduction to ask you, how does trapping 100 grey catbirds help you come to grips with the effect of some or all of those influences I just mentioned?
Yeah, that's a great question, and the answer is it doesn't let us look at all of those different things, because no one study can adequately address or test all of those different factors, and that's one of the reasons why studying migration is so challenging, is because sometimes these journeys that birds are taking are weeks or months long. They're stopping at different places along their way. They're being exposed to, different threats potentially at different stopover sites or different times when they're in the air. So that sort of threat landscape that they're moving through is really going to be different depending on where they are geographically, the time of season, or the time of the season, the time of the year. So the catbird experiment that I did was just kind of meant to look at one small part of that, which is how is the presence of cats, of this introduced predator, going to affect birds behaviorally while they're migrating? Is it going to somehow influence them doing sort of their normal bird behavior that they have to do to kind of complete their migration? And that's feeding and seeking cover and things like that. There's really and the paper that you mentioned was a really great, really fun review paper that my lab group did, where we reviewed all the scientific literature for evidence of these non-lethal effects to birds during migration. So how are these different human factors changing, birds' behavior, their ability to forage, their ability to kind of keep time, some of those things that you mentioned, like, is it changing their in-flight behavior and causing them to, deviate away, or is it attracting them to artificial light, things like that, and then they're expending extra energy. And there's a lot of evidence, especially for artificial light at night. I think, as Naomi mentioned in the chat, light pollution is a huge issue for birds in the Nearctic, neotropical migration system, not only in the U.S. and Canada and like the eastern U.S. is, especially if you look at a light map, like you can see it, just the whole eastern seaboard is lit up. It's very, very heavily urbanized and developed, and that's a huge amount of light pollution that birds are having to contend with as they're migrating through that area. But then my colleague Sergio Cabrera Cruz has done a bunch of research as well in Mexico, and also it's throughout Central and South America. There's many urbanized areas that birds are traversing throughout their migratory journeys that they could be exposed to this artificial light at night. So that can also interact with other factors in terms of, being attracted to light is one of the factors that increases window collisions, and that can increase their susceptibility. If they're not killed right away, they increase their susceptibility to predators. So all of these factors are we have to study them in isolation sometimes, because it's, you need to be able to tease out the effects, but they're in the real world, they're never acting in isolation.
And I can add that waders and seabirds can be very affected by
our
light pollution as well. And of course, we have a couple of go and listen to the conversation I had with Ariel Haswell from New Zealand about her study into light and seabirds.
Cool. I will.
Okay, Claire. So, what did 100 grey catbirds that you caught in mist nets? I'm presuming.
Mm-hmm.
What did they tell you?
Well, it was really interesting. So, what I did was I exposed them. I built these little aviary systems. And so, I had these aviaries out in the woods, and then I, Powder Mill, as part of its normal operations, was catching these catbirds, as part of their mist netting that they do for all birds, all songbird species that are migrating through. And so I put these catbirds in the aviaries. I'm sitting in a little observation blind so I can, monitor their movements without them seeing me. And then after they had time to acclimate to the aviary, to their surroundings, then I started, recording behavioral observations. And so I was, seeing how many different, how much are they jumping around inside of that aviary? Are they staying, close to the ground? Or are they, up at the top of the aviary? And, again, these are just sort of behaviors that might indicate what will be happening in wild birds. There have been some other behavioral experiments that looked at some of these similar factors. And so, in addition to a cat, I also exposed them to a fake hawk that was on a zip line that I sent basically whizzing over the aviary. So I looked at their behavior pre and post exposure to a predator. So it was either exposure to this zipline hawk or to, I trained my cat, Veery, the one who walked across earlier, to be in this experiment. And I exposed them to her in a little crate so that they could see her, but they couldn't see me, and exposed them to that just temporarily. And then immediately after the trial was over, I let them go. And we did find that birds moved, sort of as expected. They stayed higher off the ground when they were exposed to the cat in comparison to the hawk. And that makes sense. The cat is a ground-based predator and the hawk is an aerial predator. So you would expect them to move closer to the ground in response to that native aerial predator. They also moved more quickly after, so like we had hypothesized that birds would probably want to flee from the cat as soon as possible. Whereas in response to the hawk, they're probably not going to be able to escape a really fast aerial predator. And they might, just kind of sit and freeze, and that would be a better strategy. But in the case of the cat, they probably want to try and flee because they can fly and a cat can't. And we did see that they moved earlier in response to the cat than to the hawk or to a control. So there was some evidence that they were showing these different responses, that cats were influencing their behavior. But for the subset of birds that I put these little nano tags on, and I was using that to see how much are they, maybe increasing or decreasing their movement, which you can tell from these tags are being picked up by a nearby antenna, and you can tell based on the variation in the signal strength of that tag. Are they moving around a lot, or are they moving around a little bit? We didn't see.
Sorry for interrupting, but let's tease out that methodology a little bit, because there is a couple of questions I have about it. How did you establish the baseline or the control behavior? Those birds are put into the same aviary for how long and how many at once?
Right. It was just one bird in one aviary. I let them acclimate to it for half an hour to an hour. And for all of the experiments that I collected 5 minutes of sort of pre-trial or pre-exposure. And that was before they were ever exposed to the predator. I just recorded that individual's behavior, then did the predator exposure, and then recorded for 5 minutes afterwards. So I had this pre-exposure and post-exposure periods where I could compare.
Did you have a group that were not exposed to the cat?
Yes, I had a control. Yes, I had a control group that was just birds that went in the aviary, and I did, a 5 minute recording of their behavior, and then since I wasn't exposing them to anything, I had another 5 minute period, and so that's to be consistent, pre and post exposure. So yes, so I had
so that and they're in the aviary for what, half an hour roughly, maybe, and so you've got a 5 minute segment. There's a period in between, then you've got another 5 minute segment, and then those birds are released.
Yes, and everybody's immediately released, to continue their merry way.
Then you've got another group that come in, and you take 5 minutes with no exposure to the cat, or the zipline hawk. I'm assuming you weren't exposing the same group to both the cat and the hawk.
Correct. Yeah, I did not expose, because I didn't have any information on, maybe how long any residual effects would last. If a bird is exposed to a hawk and then it's really freaked out, that's going to influence if I then expose it to a cat. So it was one individual was only ever exposed to one treatment or the control group, and then let go.
Yep. And so there is, for the groups that are exposed to the cat or the hawk, you do 5 minutes before the exposure. Then you do the exposure, and then you record 5 minutes after the exposure. Is that how it worked?
Yeah. So in the case of the cat, she was present in the crate the whole time for the whole 5 minute post-exposure period. For the hawk, I didn't have unfortunately like a live hawk that I could have. There's very strict rules about what you can do.
We'll talk about that in a minute. So
yes, and I would be happy to discuss also. This was all. It's important to state this was all very.
Yeah, we'll talk about the ethics requirements in a minute. So
yeah. Yes. So the the hawk exposure was pretty brief. In comparison to the cat, where they were continuously exposed for 5 minutes. And again, the crate was several meters away. It wasn't like right up next to them, and there was no chance of the cat, being, she couldn't contact them at all or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay, and then the birds are they given an extended period to settle down after exposure before you release them, or was it like a similar time frame to the control group?
I released all the birds immediately once the trial was over, because I figured that would be less stressful for them than, keeping them in the aviary longer than I needed to.
Yeah. Okay. Now, before we talk about the results, like the data that you did collect, let's just tie in on how you recorded the activity. You were doing observations, I'm guessing. So that's one part of the data set. Of course, it's a subjective part of the data set. And then you are using tags that are they're radio transmitter tags, are they? That were relaying data to a collection antenna. Is this different to using accelerometer kind of data, or is it similar? Tell us what was able to be collected. And
yeah, unfortunately I don't know of any accelerometer tags that are small enough yet for gray catbirds. They're really super cool and collecting a lot of really great data in, soaring birds and waders and things, but they're not small enough for songbirds of this size yet. So the tags that we use are what are called, like you said, they're radio transmitters, but they are called nano tags because they have like a little digital pulse inside of that radio frequency. And so in North America and increasingly in Central and South America, there's this thing called the MOTUS network, which folks can look up if they're interested. It's MOTUS, and it's basically a series of these antenna stations that are all across the hemisphere, and they are picking up tags that are all broadcasting on the same frequency. So you don't have to tune the radio dial and listen for each individual bird. That little digital pulse that's encoded on each one of those tags is what separates out individuals. And so it's a way to be able to track large numbers of very small birds over long distances, as long as they're in that array of antennas.
So that information is presented to you as what? As beeps, or is it do you have some kind of visual representation, or is it increased frequency of beeps, or at an intensity, or a volume? How do you tell what the audio sound represents to what the bird was doing?
It's a good question. So in this case, I wasn't doing any direct tracking myself, like where you would get out, your receiver and your antenna, and you follow a bird around and you listen for louder beeps, means that you're closer. This is all done remotely. So the antenna station is attached to the bird banding station in this case, but you can have it up on, a tower, freestanding, and it's listening for those tags and it's recording those data itself. So when I activate the tags, I can hear them. I can hear the little blip, but only if I have a special receiver. They're collecting that data and uploading it to this MOTUS database. And then, we download all of that, and then I can visualize it. I can plot it out in programming software, and basically then look at the sort of patterns of the signal. So I wasn't like observing their behavior directly. I was letting the tag kind of collect that information on their activity level for me after I released them.
And then the software is interpreting what each of those signals represented, and then giving you some kind of graphical representation of how fast the birds were moving, or how high up in the enclosure they were, or actually how far they were from the antenna. That's really what it's collecting, isn't it?
In this case, so the height data was something I was recording visually. I had marked off my aviary, and I was like, okay, they're in the top quadrant, in the middle. These little tags are so small that the only thing that they're doing is recording when a bird flies, near this antenna, and what is the, how loud or not is that, what's the signal strength, basically, what's the, and then, but if the bird is really moving around a lot, you can use the variation in that signal strength.
Yeah, so you interpret, you extrapolate from that the bird is agitated.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
And it's really interesting. Some other folks have done, research using the same technique, and you can actually see when overnight, when birds are sleeping or not moving very much, there's very, very low variation in the tag, because they're not moving around a lot. So so that's kind of a little calibration there.
Okay. So I think that helps clarify.
Yeah, I should have started probably with more of that.
Well, yeah. Well, how the work gets done, because often, I mean, one of the reasons why I conduct long discussions, apart from the fact that I waffle and can be extremely verbose, is that if you're getting 5 minutes on a TV show or a drive time radio program, you can say, yes, we found this. And people go, oh, how'd you do that?
Mm-hmm.
And then...
And you never know. Yeah.
Well, and that's always the extent of the discussion. And to me is extremely frustrating, because there's a whole lot of junk out there that is put out as knowledge. And sometimes we have to say, hey, there's so much more you could have found out, but the technology doesn't allow us to for small birds to gather the same amount of information, and there just isn't the budget out there to have 2,000 researchers conducting similar experiments that you did, or replicating your method, and then all taking notes in the same way, and then comparing your observations.
Right.
So,
yeah, and that's an important caveat to note, is that, you want to control for as many factors as you can, but it's true, we are limited by, sometimes the technology and the amount of funds that we can put towards something. And it is important to not over extrapolate and say, oh, what I found generalizes to all birds everywhere. That's certainly not true. And that would be, really way overstating your data. You can just say that, we found this with these birds, and it might suggest some broader patterns.
That's right. And as we sort of said right at the beginning, you can't extrapolate what happened in your flyway to what might happen in the foothills of the Blue Mountains in Australia.
Right. Yeah.
Different birds, but totally different behaviors.
Different ecology.
That are regular. Yep.
Yes. Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's important to sort of tease everything out. So, having got through that, let's talk about the ethical hoops that you have to get through to conduct a study like this, because there seems to me to be a couple of issues that need to be overcome. One is, it's fairly well established that bird banding, or that capturing birds in mist nets in the same way that people doing banding research do, is generally acceptable, provided that you have the locations approved and that it's trained and experienced banders or the equivalent doing the handling of the birds. The next thing is actually putting a bird into captivity, no matter that it's only a short period of time.
Right.
It is another one. Then there's the exposure to a real cat, and the exposure to a representation of a predator, a hawk, and the stresses that come with it. So how did your university go through the process of assessing the risks and approving your methodology, and did you have to make any changes?
Yeah, those are great questions, and they are really important considerations. I don't know what universities have in other parts of the world, but here in the US, we have something, our universities have something called the Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, or IACUC. And that is composed of faculty members. I believe there has to be like at least one veterinarian, or somebody with that kind of, maybe somebody with that kind of training. There's one person I think who is maybe not a faculty member. Anyway, they have very, very strict requirements, and I don't quote me on it because I can't remember that, but like for who is actually on this committee. And then anytime you're doing any sort of experimental manipulation with either wildlife or with laboratory animals, including behavioral experiments, anything that might be considered, at all invasive, you need to get approval before you can conduct your research. And scientific publications they're going to require you to, put your IACUC approval number in there before they'll consider publishing any of your research. So it was a process of, writing this proposal, writing our proposed methodology, making sure that, we had justification for why we were collecting the data that we were, what we were going to do to minimize the stress. Powder Mill, the bird banding station where we did this research, has their own permits, and in order to band birds or capture birds at all, you have to have permits from the USGS, U.S. Geological Survey. Bird Banding Laboratory, which is a government organization that issues permits on and bans. So it's very, very carefully controlled. Only, again, as you mentioned, only experts or people who are very highly trained can do any bird banding or ringing. And then, putting these other, kind of markers like these nanotags is another set of approval that you have to get. I remember that the IACUC committee was actually, they were both concerned with the welfare of, they want to make sure that the birds are going to be all right. They want to make sure that you're going to be able to get enough data. So they don't want you to use more birds than you have to get the results that you need. But you couldn't just do it with, 5 or 10 birds, because that's not going to yield really, usable data or anything that would allow you to test for statistical significance. So there's a bit of a trade-off there in terms of using as few birds as you possibly can, to minimize the number of birds that you're causing stress to, but also making it worth your time scientifically so that, you can actually be testing defensively, the things that you're interested in. They were also interested in my cat Veery and making sure that, I was giving her food and water, and, that she had, that there was a veterinarian nearby that if I needed to take her to. And so, they were really wanted to make sure that all animals involved in this were being well taken care of.
So making sure that it wasn't 100 for your research, 1 for Veery.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and it was great. I'm really glad that exists, because it is important. We really, as scientists, we need to be thinking about what is the potential benefit of this research, and making sure you're not doing it needlessly, and, thinking about alternatives, what ways could we get this information, if there's other, less stressful ways to do it. So it's a good process.
That's it. You have to justify why your research is necessary.
Right.
I mean, you have to do that with your supervisor
Mm-hmm.
and your university first, but then there's the extra hoop,
right,
and that you have to jump through.
Mm-hmm.
And I want people who maybe are not really well exposed to this research world to understand that you can't just go out and decide that you are going to catch 55 macaws because you want to find out if they fly straight rather than zigzag. You just cannot go out with a research grant and do this stuff. When you are funded by public money and in accredited universities, I'm pretty sure there's some crap out there that masquerades as research that doesn't go through the same hoops, but we don't talk about that, and it has effectively no value because it can't be replicated and tested. Someone can replicate your experiment or your field trial, let's
Mm-hmm.
call it that, and get the same approvals if they do it the same way. So then,
Right. Yeah.
then you can find out if something is, as we do in science, whether it is supported or not supported.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We don't say true or false. That's
Right.
for game
Exactly.
shows.
No truth.
That's for game shows. It is supported or not supported.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. I'm glad. Yeah. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because it is, and bird banding itself is a really incredible, important source of data. The people at Powder Mill are so good, very ethical, like very, very high standards, and and they just don't do it needlessly. But if folks don't necessarily know that, or know about the amount of approval and permitting and training and very careful standards that go into it, they might just think, oh, I could do that, or or not necessarily understand all just again all the thought that is really required to do it the right way.
Well, I can interject something about me here, because the podcast audience won't have heard this, because I haven't actually put a podcast out about this since I did the trip with Millie up the east and across the north coast. I was fortunate enough to go on a bird banding, 2 days bird banding with John Coleman, who is one of the most expert bird handlers that I've ever seen in gelatin, so in the tropical Queensland rainforests. And that was with the with the Australian Wildlife Conservancy people in that region, and also John's from the Queensland Bird Study Group, or Bird Band Study Group. I've got the acronym wrong, but now people who had commenced training in bird banding, who were on that group, all were already licensed bird banders. Mm-hmm. They could handle birds. I'm neither. I didn't handle any birds. I got to see how people expertly handle birds, record the data, how the sites for putting up the mist nets were selected to make them useful, the regularity of checking those nets, so it wasn't you put 20 nets out and then you don't get to net number 20 for 3 hours. There aren't birds hanging in mist nets like that. We're talking 10 minutes. We're talking at, so that gave me a real appreciation of how regulated it is, but also how skilled these field workers are. And that gave me a whole lot more confidence in really talking about bird banding. I've always appreciated how important it is, but it's so good in what I have seen, and then talking to other people who are doing bird banding. You can't be a cowboy, for want of a better term.
No, absolutely
you cannot
not.
be reckless.
No. Yeah,
and people who are less than fastidiously careful have their permits revoked.
Right. Yeah.
They can't do it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and and it's one of those things too where you mentioned checking the nets really regularly, and it's so dynamic in terms of at Powder Mill, like if there's a lot of birds, or if it starts getting warmer or something, we'll check the nets even more frequently. We'll update, or if it's getting too windy and we're worried that too much debris is going to get caught in the nets, or birds are going to get tangled, then we'll shut them down. It's always people safety and welfare and bird safety and welfare are right up there, and then everything else is secondary. And so it's never a thing where we're going to get the data at all costs. It is welfare of the birds is constantly being evaluated. So
yeah, that's certainly mirrors the experience that I had with the Australian Wildlife Conservancy group and John Coleman, who after seeing that go on, I hold them both, like the body and John in the highest regard, and I was consider myself extremely privileged just to have been.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Were there any species?
Were there any species that they were specifically like target netting or trying to go for? Or?
No, this is a spot that has been monitored, the same spot monitored for many, many, many years.
Oh, great.
So it's really seeing what's there and the frequency of capture. And many of the birds have been captured years ongoing, and many times maybe in a season or over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
There was a couple of fern wrens that were caught a couple of times. But each time all their vital measurements are taken, their weight, their general muscle condition, and increase, so an indication of their dietary wellness, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
A whole heap of things are taken, and because it's longitudinal now,
right?
It
really valuable.
And from a site that is not being altered.
Mm-hmm.
The time we were there, it's one of the only places where you can reliably find the blue-faced parrotfinch, but they weren't in that location at that time of the year.
Unreliable.
Well, I mean, they're a bird that migrates. They breed in one area and they forage in others. They just weren't there at this time of the year. It was the wrong time. And I think that might be the reason why that site was originally established. But that they do go regularly throughout the year to monitor the change.
Brilliant.
Okay, Claire, what did you deduce from the study?
Well, so one of the reasons for having both the cat and the hawk in there was just to see if they were responding how we think that they would respond to a predator, and we did find some evidence that catbirds were changing some of their behaviors in response to the cat. They were staying higher off the ground, and they were moving more quickly than the birds in the control group or the hawk group. So that's some evidence that just the presence of a cat would cause birds on migration to alter their behavior. But that was, again, in sort of the very short term during the period that they were being exposed to the cat. And then I didn't see any evidence in the movement, the tracking data using the radio telemetry, the little tags. There wasn't any difference between the groups there. So it seemed like they were resuming their, whatever normal behavior is for catbirds on migration. And I did, tag some birds that were just released immediately so I could get a sense of, what is kind of normal behavior. And there were no differences between those groups. So again, you always have to be careful not to over extrapolate beyond, what you're seeing. So again, we had some evidence that they were perceiving cats potentially as a threat, as well as perceiving hawks as a threat, which you would of course expect them to. And that maybe that exposure to a predator wasn't, having a long lasting impact on at least their sort of metrics that we could measure using the nanotag, their activity levels. I think that, there's potentially a lot more research to be done to kind of, look more at the potential consequences or how different, levels of exposure or repeated exposure, again, which you could look at with different types of studies, but, but we did again find some evidence for our hypotheses that they would change their behavior in the presence of cats. And so, again, I think that's a concern because cats are not a natural part of the landscape, and birds do seem, at least catbirds seem to be responding to that.
And I guess it sort of poses, you said there's need for further research. makes me wonder if birds learn to behave a certain way in the presence of cats, do they unlearn it? And if they've learned it and then cats are not present, does that affect other behaviours, like maybe courtship behaviours or courtship feeding and and anything like that? So different times of the year, does that behaviour have some other knock-on effect rather than just as a passage migrant? Because cats are everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a really interesting question, and that's another. I think again, catbirds and many of the songbirds that that I study and we think of as making up the sort of songbird migratory community here are fairly short-lived. I mean, there's longevity records where sometimes they'll live a decade or something, but a lot of times it's 2 or 3 years or something like that. I mean, migration is really dangerous. There's a lot of mortality during migration. And so, but you obviously expect there's probably strong selective pressure for birds to learn that this is a predator and continue to know that this is a predator. How much of that is innate versus learned is a really interesting question, because domestic cats aren't native. They didn't, catbirds didn't evolve with them, but they did evolve with other mammalian predators, like we have bobcats and other things here, unlike a lot of island systems where you have just no mammalian predators at all. So you would expect that presumably like sort of a predator shaped animal is going to be perceived as such by some of these guys. But
another thing that comes to mind thinking about these birds that are doing regular migrations, are their reactions to the same predator different at the southernmost point of the range and at the northernmost point of the range? Like it requires a lot of further data to really extrapolate something that can be thought of as general.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also, a thing I didn't really mention here is behavioral, like responses to predators they can be influenced again sort of by the season, by the, like you mentioned, the breeding state. But if we're just talking about migration, it can be things like age and sex, how experienced or naive a bird is, and things like whether it's fat or lean. So birds that are don't have any fat, they've burned through all their fat in the previous night's flight, are probably going to be taking more risks to get food because they're on the verge of they really need to refuel. Whereas a bird that's that's pretty well it's got enough food, it may be able to be a bit more conservative. And so that's something that other studies have documented is plays a big role in how birds respond to different types of predators on migration. So there's all of these intrinsic and extrinsic, as you mentioned, factors that can influence how birds are responding behaviorally.
And do birds that are sort of habituated to urban and semi-urban environments, do they react differently to, and is the population density of cats does a higher density of cats in I mean, it's really difficult to even come up with an idea of how you would test it for a passage migrant, but naivety, experience, age,
right? How right,
vegetation density. I mean, so many variables that make it so hard to even consider really drawing a conclusion.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, I do think there have been other studies that have looked at like how chickadees and tits and things, like how quickly they will visit a feeder in urban versus non-urban areas. And I can't remember the specific conclusions at I'm kind of blanking at the moment, but that does, I think, influence sort of how tolerant or how, risk seeking or risk averse in terms of how they respond to predators, or how close they will allow predators to approach, if they've been exposed to it or not.
Now, I do know that there has been some visual representation from studies done in the UK and the US about bird feeders and the incidence of predators near them. So I will try and dig that up, because I know we talked about that when I interviewed Alex Lees, I think, in a while back. So I might drag that out and replay it. Now, for podcast listeners, we're now going to refer to a live question/comment from the Facebook live stream. Naomi, this is really good. I'll read it out. It sounds like a really interesting research project. Yes, that's why I selected Claire. Of course, it's very interesting. Will the data be added to other data sets about cats and perhaps used as evidence in favour of cat night curfews, etc.? Do you think radio tagging cats might be better indicative of a change in behaviour? Plus the birds at the same time. Now wouldn't that be great? But think of the cost. I'm aware that's a very expensive and expansive idea. I don't know. You've said expansive. I think maybe you thought expensive as well. I put forward. Can I ask, are feral cats a huge problem in USA? They are here, as well as domestic cats. And before you answer it, I will mention later in the day, Holly Parsons is back on, and one of the things I'm talking to Holly about is a cat curfew, a 24-hour cat curfew in the greater city or city of Greater Geelong, which is the second largest city in the state that I live, Claire.
Wow.
So what do you reckon about Naomi's comment? Let's pop it up again so you can refer to it.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Naomi, for your, those are really good questions. I think, I think that, we always hope when we do this kind of research that it adds to the evidence base that can be used in decision-making and policy. I don't think there's any lack of scientific evidence for the negative impacts that cats have, both in terms of killing and then in terms of changing their behavior. And unfortunately, at least here in the US, a lot of the decisions aren't necessarily being made on the science, which I think is a problem everywhere. But they are a huge issue in the US. It's estimated that they kill about 2 billion birds every year. And, we have a lot of feral cats as well as people's owned cats, pet cats that are going outdoors. And both of those are contributing to mortality, as well as to potentially some of these non-lethal like behavioral effects. I think that what I have found more effective in talking with people about getting them to change their behavior is making the case that going outside is dangerous for their cats, because a lot of times people don't care about the wildlife. I mean, my top priority is wildlife. My cats are all indoors, and one of them walks on a leash, and I help try and encourage people to think about other options if they want their cat to get some outdoor time. Walk them on a leash or do a catio, or supervise. But I don't know that necessarily the problem is lack of scientific data, because there's a huge amount of that already. It's kind of trying to figure out what are the other barriers to getting people to keep their cats indoors, and then kind of coming up with creative solutions to address those. Your idea about radio tagging cats and birds simultaneously is really interesting. I think, as Grant said, it would be challenging to do. And again, because a lot of the tags that we have are for songbirds anyway, are really small and sometimes difficult to get really precise location data. On the cats, you can put much bigger, there's like Roland K's has put some of these, collar, like GPS kind of tags on cats and get much higher resolution, but the batteries are still not quite small enough to be able to get that kind of data for really small birds yet, but I think that's coming. I think the sort of, technological advances in tracking are really moving forward exponentially. So should be possible and scalable in the
And
near
I,
future.
I think in different countries, these kind of solutions are going to be very, very different. I think I think you're dead right about the evidence. I mean, we've spoken to people about the absolute magnitude of wildlife loss due
Yeah.
to feral cats and domestic cats. But you said about 1 billion birds in the US
Yeah,
annually.
2 billion is the median estimate that they came
Yeah,
up with.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's staggering.
if we take the lower end,
Mhm.
there's evidence that there is at least 1 billion birds killed by bird strike in buildings
Right.
each year in the US. So that's 2 billion at a lower estimate before we've even factored in the lack of habitat for breeding and then the lack of habitat for feeding and rest stops. So
Mhm.
let's just say perhaps it's 3 billion birds a year that have been killed, and the habitat is only continually decreasing. So it's massive. But getting over back to the point I was going
It's
to
a
make.
lot. Yeah.
I mean, in the US, where your concept of freedom is so different to ours, I can't imagine any government saying you must tag your cat.
Mhm.
I mean, you probably don't even have many or most. I mean, you might know this better, but I'm assuming that there would be many people who would be saying, freedom, I
Yes.
am not tagging, I am not having my cat
Yep.
injected with something with a bar scan reader. I mean, I speak to people in America who think that I am being oppressed because I must enroll to vote and that we must participate in
God.
democracy. So I would hate to
Yeah.
think what people would think about you. I mean, people can have tigers there
Yep.
and not have them on any database. I mean,
Yeah.
we got to be a bit fair income about how nutso some things are in
Yes.
some parts of the world.
Yes, the US being first and foremost among many of them. But I mean, I do think you're totally right that people do extend this idea of like freedom and autonomy to their cats sometimes. And they're like, well, I wouldn't want to be indoors all day. So, of course, my cat does, disregarding the fact that, like cats can live very happy. I mean, again, I have several very happy indoor
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
pets. And so, it's a false equivalence to say that, just because you like going outside that, your cat wants the same things as you. But yeah, it's there's no, national, federal level legislation, and there's no some cities are starting to create ordinances that cats have to be kept on the property or have leash laws, that fall under the same leash laws that dogs do. But again, those are all very sort of local level. There's different rules that apply to, things like national parks that are government lands, but their enforcement varies widely. So it's very, very piecemeal and patchwork and really just depends on kind of local politics.
Yeah.
Which is probably true in a lot of places, but
and very rarely do we have a conversation in mainstream media, certainly in Australia, and I'm imagining it's the same in the US and Canada and the UK and New Zealand and everywhere else. We're able to introduce segments where we talk about the environment and conservation and nature. We all love nature, but that the starting point isn't no wildlife should be killed by cats, by your cat.
yeah,
We start with, should the rights of my cat be infringed by not being able to go and kill lizards and native rodents and marsupials and birds?
right. Yep.
It's a loopy starting point.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at. We're a long way from being able to say to people, no, your responsibility, if you say you want to protect protected wildlife, is that your pet animal doesn't kill any of them.
Right.
The same way that you
Straightforward.
don't kill any of them.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
But it's crazy. Anyway, let's get off that because people will be going. I confront people on my daily dog walk. I confront my neighbours when I see their cat out, and they almost to a T will say, "My cat doesn't kill birds."
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Excuse me, bullshit. If your cat has the opportunity to kill birds or lizards or frogs, it will.
Yeah.
Unless you have your cat in front of you 24 hours a day,
right,
you cannot say that with any certainty.
And some cats really, some individuals, if we're thinking about all of the, hundreds of millions or I don't know how many, I think it's maybe they've estimated 600 million cats globally, but however many it is some of them probably don't do or have very little interest in hunting. But as anybody who owns a cat knows, most of them do. And there have been those really interesting kitty cam studies where they put the little, like a little cat collar mounted video camera and found that they only, bring back about 25% of the prey that they kill.
That's the thing. They may not. I'm prepared to accept that your cat never brings prey back to your back door or brings it inside.
Right.
I'm prepared to accept that.
Not killing it. Yeah.
But I'm not prepared to accept ever that it doesn't kill wildlife.
Right. Exactly.
It may not kill birds, but it may kill frogs. It might love killing frogs.
Yeah.
Or
insects.
Or something else. And yeah. Anyway, cats, we're always getting on there. So, Claire, tell me. This is the get to know you portion of, what happens next for Dr. Claire Nemes? What's your next bit of research or is it teaching or is it something else? What's next?
Well, right now I'm doing I'm a postdoctoral scientist and actually in the same lab where I did my PhD. And I'm working on a project that is still focused on bird migration, but using weather radar data to map out where birds are stopping. And that's specifically in the state of Maryland, because we have these things called state wildlife action plans that each of the states in the United States has to create and revise every 10 years, in order to get some federal funding for their wildlife management programs. And so I'm creating maps of stopover habitat for migrating birds to be included in that document. So it's something that, can help guide conservation. So I'm still really interested in doing, kind of applied conservation of migratory birds and focused on the migratory period. And so long term, I'd like to work probably for, either a federal agency or a nonprofit focused on avian conservation and conservation of migratory bird species in particular. And I hopefully keep doing research in that capacity, but, always on the job hunt. And so it's a bit up in the air and I'm just going to go figure things out as they go.
I often talk to Australian recent postdoc people about the opportunities and that there aren't that many really for people to continue working in the field that they want to. What's the situation like in the US for postdoc students, to continue with research, or do they need to go out and do private consulting work and maybe doing assessments of, planning applications and things like that rather than pure research?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that, a lot of people, their goal really is to go into academia. And that is that's one way that many people stay in research. I never really wanted to go that route and do, be a university professor or anything like that. So I'm more interested in the sort of the nonprofit side of things or federal side. But yeah, as you mentioned, there are consulting companies. There are sort of state wildlife agencies. There are Yeah, I mean, I think folks go into a whole bunch of different types of fields, and I think we all wish that there were more funding for wildlife and wildlife research and applied conservation research. And I know academia in particular is very competitive. So, and whether things are being funded can be so dependent on the vagaries of the presidential administration at a given time and Congress, and so yeah, but it's the economy's doing really well right now. We're not in the middle of a recession, so we'll see how that plays out when I'm when I leave this and move on to the next thing.
Now, I'm obviously being facetious with this comment, but I'm waiting for the House Republicans to pass some law saying that they've got to stop Mexican birds.
Oh my God!
From migrating into and across the US because they're probably bringing fentanyl.
Oh,
so,
I mean, it's just the amount of xenophobia that is, and just completely spurious kind of argument.
Let's put it another way.
Yeah.
Totally dumb shit.
Yes.
That gets
and
spoken.
Racist and it's awful and it's not doing yes.
It's. I mean,
I'm not allowed to say that probably in my professional capacity, but I think we're.
Well, we're kind of laughing about it, but when you think of the competition that is evident for applying for grants that exist, and then for those grants to actually get the money in the competition between the war machine and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't think research is sort of going to be an easy field to be in.
No, and especially like ecological research and climate change research. I mean,
you still have people in significant positions of power and influence who are saying, "I don't think the climate science is settled."
Yeah,
but coming up, massive tornadoes in Tornado Alley earlier than usual.
Yeah,
but I don't think the science is settled. It's just lunacy to watch from over here.
It's baffling. It's lunacy to watch from here as well, and it. Yeah.
Anyway, I can't believe that in sort of 4. What are we talking about? 8 years we've still been talking about this rubbish. But anyway, let's get on to a good bit, Claire. How did you get into studying birds? Like, have you always been a bird nerd?
No, unfortunately. I wish I'd been a bird nerd, so, because I know people who started as kids and they've seen and gotten to travel and see birds when they were little, and I was like, oh my God. I didn't start until I was, I think, maybe 21, and I picked up a book in a used bookstore that was, a natural history that had some really interesting accounts about this bird called a golden crowned kinglet, and I was like, wow, I really need
what a great bird.
Yeah, they're like, gold crests in Europe, basically the equivalent, and I just decided I really wanted to see them, and I started paying attention, and then I was working at an art store at the time, but then I started volunteering at a nature center, and I started working at the nature center and leading bird walks, and then I was like, well, I want to do this full time. I want to study birds full time, and then I did my master's and worked some more field jobs, and then it's like, oh, I want to keep studying birds, and PhD, and now I'm here.
Fantastic. So
I've seen so many kinglets. It's great. And many other things.
Well, I've modified my bird emergency questions because over the last few years, the equipment that people use has really changed. So I'm going to narrow down the questions that I ask. Do you have a favourite spot to go bird watching? Let's go first. Do you actually go bird watching for recreation?
Of course. Okay. But I know that many researchers don't, and that's okay too, But yes, I
So-
just went out for this morning. It's peak. We're starting to be peak spring migration here, and like all kinds of new stuff is showing up every day. It's fabulous. It's a fabulous time to be out birding.
So are you a list keeper or are you an experiential bird watcher?
A little bit of both. I do enjoy ticking things off my life list, but not at the expense of getting to spend time and really enjoy each one of those sightings. Like I don't think I would ever want to do a big, first of all, because of the carbon footprint, and see as many species as you can in a country in a year type thing. Because you don't get to enjoy those. And
I'm glad that you stopped yourself from saying about the carbon footprint, but that's something you really have to consider nowadays, doesn't it? If you want to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
I
people
mean,
do big years.
I mean, nobody wants to be the Taylor Swift of bird watching,
right?
do they? I mean,
oh yeah. Well, some people do.
But did you see that that graphic of the 1 year of the use of Taylor Swift's private jet?
Oh God, I know it's probably equivalent to a small country, right? But I didn't see the actual graphic.
Oh yeah, equivalent of several small countries' total carbon emissions.
And she has so much influence to be able to, I don't know.
But we got to call out bullshit, don't we? I mean, if Taylor Swift ever comes out and endorses some environmental program or some foundation or some NGO that is about environment or biodiversity or whatever, you just have to call bullshit on that. That's just bullshit.
Right.
I mean, that's only talking about the emissions from her jet, not about the trucks that move her concert around and the production of all the merch and the you put it all together and you really have to wonder whether any of this can keep happening, whether we can actually say this stuff is okay.
Yeah.
I saw people calling out Dr. Mann, who had gone to a conference to talk about climate change, and people were calling him out because he flew there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, hang on, do you have any Taylor Swift records?
Yeah.
What about anyone else who's doing these worldwide tours?
Right.
You really need to be a little bit sophisticated in the way we analyze these things. Anyway,
it's been a big subject of, it's really, I think obviously the pandemic and everything being hosted virtually did make people realize, it is possible to do, conferences and gather, and sort of have productive ways to meet with people, just like we're meeting, right now without having to be there in person. But on the other hand, in-person experiences are so valuable, but at what cost, right?
But that's right. I can understand it makes sense to fly to Australia to do a concert tour and then fly out.
Mm-hmm.
But to fly to Australia to do your tour, to fly to Tokyo to do something else, to fly over to America to see your boyfriend and then fly back to Australia to pick up your tour.
Yeah, just because you can. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's okay for one person. I mean, I'm singling out Taylor Swift. I mean, a long time before this came out, we did a show about the amount of emissions that were attached to concerts and to flying and whatnot. But
and all the people who fly in to see the concert from
that's what you've got to add on top. You've got to add in all the people who flew from all over Australia to come because she only did Melbourne and Perth.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got all those people. Then you've got it's staggering that people just don't even make that consideration, and that we still don't have a transport system
That's
that
really the thing,
that
is
allows for the
the
alternatives.
alternative. And like, you know, in the US is just as it's heinous how little, you know, there's so few other options to get around except for plane or driving. You know, the train system is more expensive and takes 5 times as long as flying. And you know, we forced everybody to live in these, you know, in cities and suburbs and rural areas where there's zero public transportation infrastructure. Everybody has to have their own vehicle, and the ones that you can buy are not, you know, their miles per gallon are, you know, are horrible. And so it's just, you've forced people through, you know, the offerings that the companies are making available to people. But yeah, I mean, Taylor Swift has such immense, and you know, many celebrities have immense power if they wanted to be able to, you know, mobilize their base to push for public transportation infrastructure. If you know, if she wanted to direct the Swifties towards, you know, more carbon friendly policies, she could absolutely do it. And that's maybe the sad part about it, is she's not.
But I don't think Swifties are stupid. I think young ones can be forgiven for being naive.
Yeah, and many of them really do care about.
Yeah, but here's where I might take a little bit of a different tack. If you're a Swiftie and you're 20, and you are unable to deal with the legitimate criticism of the Era's world tour, then stop fooling yourself that you really do care. You tell yourself you care because you don't want to be one of the people who doesn't care. But if you can't deal with the complexity of the issue and maybe start to think about what you do and then pressure people who can make a real difference to start making a difference,
yeah,
then I say you don't care. And I don't care if you feel bad about it. I just don't care because I care about the
Australia being on fire.
but I care about catbirds and kinglets and toads
and everything that lives in this world with us. Yeah.
And none of this stuff is in isolation. So
Yeah.
So there we go. All right, back to birds. Do you know what your life list number is?
It is somewhere over 700, and that is specifically because I just went to Costa Rica and saw.
No, but there we go. No, the answer is no, you don't.
No, I don't know exactly.
Some people can go 742.
Yeah,
and I'd go, how do you even care? But yeah, so on the spectrum of bird nerdiness, you are on the slack end of the middle, which
I don't think that, like, I don't think that knowing your life list number necessarily means that you are a bird nerd, because I know plenty of people who are very, very nerdy into birds and are not listers.
Oh, well, I'm precisely that. I have no idea what my life number is.
How did you get into birds in the first place?
Just being a kid who was, I grew up in a semi-rural bush area, and I had family members who were, one of my uncles was involved in the conservation movement, and one of my uncles was involved in one of the bird study groups. I had a thing called the Gould League here. So just as a kid, and I can't remember a time where I wasn't interested in birds. I mean, I at 4 and 5 years old, I was lying on the floor in the lounge room with a sketchbook, drawing
awesome.
birds, you know, and one of the most exciting presents I ever got was a bird book. One of the best presents I ever got when I was a teenager was The Parrots of the World by Joseph Forshaw. I mean, but I had all positive influences around me, and I didn't grow up in the city. But now, you know, 55 years later, I have rediscovered my love of bird watching because I am in the city. I am in the denuded suburbs. But the what I see around me every day has made me probably more critical and more involved in the whole conservation thought. Climate change, biodiversity preservation, all these things are linked. Whereas when I was younger, I was far more individual species focused. I had my favourites and I wanted to look after them. Now I want to look after everything. I want to look after house sparrows as much as I want to look after the Gordian finch. Because if we lose one, we're in danger of losing. I mean, if we're going to lose the house sparrow from Melbourne or from anywhere in the UK, if we're going to lose them, there is absolutely no hope for our red-browed finch.
Yeah. So they're introduced to Australia, right?
They are, but house sparrows are disappearing worldwide because of the changes that we are making to the world that we live in.
They're a canoe in the coal mine.
Yep. It's one of the reasons why the bird emergency exists. I was reading something saying house sparrows are suffering a worldwide decline, and then I started to look around here, and there were house sparrows everywhere when I moved into this area. And now there are house sparrows, but they're nowhere near as prevalent as they once were.
And they're not being supplanted by native species that are rebounding.
Oh, no.
That's the thing. So here in the U.S., there are obviously huge problems for, they'll peck to death bluebirds and other cavity nesting bird species and stuff. And so we're quite happy if they're if they're declining, because it means a better situation for the native birds that they're out competing. But I don't know if that's also the situation there, or if they're just kind of present but not invasive.
Now, Naomi's asked me a question because she is obviously annoyed at what I said, and I didn't say that I was eager to protect the house sparrow. Let me be clear about what I said. I said if we lose the house sparrow, there's virtually no hope for anything else. So, do I want to protect the house sparrow or the common myna or the common starling or whatever? Insert introduced bird here. No, I don't. I don't want particular protection measures for them, but I want the habitat reduction and the general biodiversity decline to be reversed. And but there are no native finches where I live. So I will take the 4 introduced finches that I see because that's what I've got. But Naomi makes an interesting point. In Australia, it's arguable now that the greatest risks to most of our small birds are the rainbow lorikeet, the noisy myna, the kookaburra in some parts of the country, other aggressive large honey eaters like the red wattle bird, and birds that are expanding their range and becoming more common, like the little raven and probably the Australian raven. But I saw some research on the weekend about the little raven. Now those birds are nest robbers and harass birds from their from hollows. Some of them, like the rainbow lorikeet. So it's a very, very complex problem.
Yeah.
But I think the first thing we've got to do is stop the habitat destruction. And then some of the things that are killing billions of birds, bird strike, cats, habitat reduction, climate change. And then we can talk about all the stuff around the edges. What I get concerned about is that in order to not do anything about the big problems, we talk about the little problems. Now, Naomi mentioned the common myna. I think there are less common mynas here than there were 10 years ago when I moved in here. I also think there is definitely fewer starlings, but there are not more of any of the other things that I want.
Yeah, right.
But there are more noisy miners,
Hmm.
and there are more red wattlebirds.
Hmm.
So I don't think the idea that we've got of targeting one pest species. Governments do that. Actually, what did I see yesterday? $500 million, I think the New South Wales government awarded for koala conservation. But it didn't include anything about preserving habitat. What it was money for wildlife rehabilitation for koalas that are affected by getting hit by cars and falling out of trees when their trees are felled and all that kind of stuff. So the government's out there, koala conservation. We put $500 million into koala conservation. Not preserving one more tree.
Yeah.
Not preserving one more tree. Not preserving any wildlife corridors that they need.
Band-Aid. Yeah.
But the media eat it up because it's a number, it's a big number, and that's what they all talk about.
And it's a nice, happy story, and it's,
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not a nice, happy story.
But if you're seeing like a cute koala that's rehabilitated and it's adorable,
that's what they want you to see.
Right.
But it's a horrible story because koala rehabilitation networks and individuals and all the people who do that amazing work on an individual basis for each of those individual koalas, 15, 20 years ago, they didn't need $500 million because koalas had somewhere to live.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not a happy story. It's a bullshit PR story. It's not a happy story.
No, that's what I mean. Is it seems like it's a nice, sweet look appearing story to the media, but it's not getting at the root cause of why are they being hit by cars? Is it because their habitat is being so fragmented, or are they being pushed into these really marginal areas that they're now needing like more dramatic intervention that would be addressed if you had just protected the habitat in the first place?
That's right. And it was announced by the Premier and the Environment Minister, who, when they were in opposition, because they are in their first term of government, were running on the Great Koala National Park, which was going to preserve all of the existing prime habitat for koalas, and they were running publicly on stopping developments in the southwest of Sydney that were koala habitat. And they have totally walked back from all of that, but they have given wildlife carers and rehabilitation organisations $500 million. Okay, that's good money. But stop the development and stop cutting down the native forest. Start there, please. So anyway, I'm off on my rant. It's just, we really need to call these things out. We should not give no cookies to the Premier of New South Wales and the Environment Minister of New South Wales. No cookies for you, because what you did was, well, Claire, sorry for me swearing. Claire, would you like the Big Mac shit sandwich or would you like the Whopper shit sandwich? Because that's your choice, right?
I'd say neither. I'm a vegetarian, so
yes, but you can't have any vegetarian food. Okay. So what would you like to have to sustain yourself?
I think the one with the shit.
The little bit of shit or the big bit of shit? Because that's what we're being offered now, and we don't have critical media that points it out.
Yeah.
And I don't blame you, but most people will say, "Oh, it's a good story," and it's on all the morning TV shows, and it was. I had a look at all the coverage. I didn't see any of the sort of mainstream media saying this is really quite shit.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't protect anything.
Yeah.
It's like saying, look, what we have in my kitchen is a fire extinguisher and a first aid kit, but we do give the kids a step ladder so that they can knock the boiling water onto themselves. Right?
Yeah.
There's no way that we will turn the handles around or, in fact, not give the kids a step ladder. By the way, I don't have any kids, but this is the way we're approaching these things now, and it's bonkers. It's like,
yeah.
It's like, hey, look, I'm off the topic, but we've bought some old bought some old rural farms, and we're turning them into national parks.
Right.
Great, but can you stop the cutting down the prime habitat that is next door?
Right.
Can you stop that first?
Right. It's just a diversionary tactic. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's PR. It's bullshit. It's PR bullshit. Anyway, people.
That's why they need. That's why it's so valuable to have, other. I'm not, skeptical of all media in the way like conspiracy theories, but you're absolutely right. Is that a lot of things don't get covered in, the main media sources, or critically evaluated in the way that really.
I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's really, really simple.
Yeah.
I have no money to send to Channel 7, Channel 9, the major. Well, Channel 9 owns the major newspaper in Melbourne and Sydney. Rupert Murdoch owns the other one. We can't compete with that. But the development industry, so housing industry, they're one and the same. That's where the advertising money is, and that is why nobody is saying maybe we should put a break on this. Anyway, I'd be happy for people to put another view forward and tell me how what we're doing is actually increasing the amount of koalas that we have out there. If someone can show me that data, I'll talk about it. Claire, thanks for being on the Bird Emergency podcast. I think we've run that down. I will put the links to your open access articles and your website, which is up there, and also to the University of Maryland CES.
Sure, that would be great. Yeah, and if I think of any of those sources that I mentioned, maybe I'll send them your way and reading.
I would like.
And thank you, Naomi, for your really interesting questions. Really appreciate it.
Naomi is always on point with her questions. She thanks you for being involved too. Podcast listeners, you can be involved in the live interviews and the regular streams that we do just by going to thebirdemergency.com/YouTube or thebirdemergency.com/Facebook. You can also check out the Twitter @BirdEmergency. All of Claire's socials that she has given me will be in the descriptions for the various I'm only going to promise the podcast and the YouTube because I don't always get around to doing all of them. Claire, I hope
follow-up questions. Feel free to shoot me a line or any, angry comments about cats, send them my way. I'm happy to discuss.
And Claire, I'll invite you back when a bit more of your postdoc work is getting done, and maybe not to do the podcast, but maybe to do a live stream with a panel.
Sure.
I want to get some titmouse people, I want to get cowbird people back, and I want to get some bunting, and what's the other one? Chickadees. I want to get Joe back to talk about chickadees.
All crowd pleasers,
Yeah, and if I maybe get you all in and talk,
Catbird.
Just have a lighthearted talk about some of the research that's going on and what you're all doing. So
thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you again for your persistence in making this happen over a year later. So thanks for sticking through all the delays. It was really great talking with you, Grant.
now that's where we've ended like the bit for the podcast, but now we can have a bit more live stream stuff. Folks, the live stream will continue being open. I will get a coffee and maybe make myself something to eat. In about 45 minutes, we can expect Dr. Holly Parsons to jump into the stream, and we'll be doing Monday with Holly. And as a teaser, I will be talking more about the cat curfew in the city of Greater Geelong, and there's a few more other things I bookmarked to talk about. Claire, you're welcome to hang around as much as you want, or maybe is there anything I didn't ask you that I should have asked you that you wanted to talk about? All that time I spent ranting about Taylor Swift, who, by the way,
I love hearing
it. By the way, I was a massive Swiftie about 10 years ago. I thought Taylor Swift was super talented, but as with everything, it's turned into bloat. It's a bloat. She had to put out a double album to convince us she's an artist, and it has to be the biggest and best and blah, blah, blah. And nothing bores me more than when someone is going, look how amazingly huge I am, and look how I'm the best.
I'm not going to wade into the tape because I honestly haven't listened to enough of her music to form an opinion about it, but I do like that she does have a bird name, so she at least gets a very few bonus points because she is a Swift.
That's true, but I wonder how many Swifts her plane has sucked up on the on all the transcontinental journeys. Eddie, look, of course I'm being too mean and facetious, but I just think in celebrity culture and often we talk about how it's the biggest tour that's ever taken place, which tells me that it's probably the most overblown and crappy. And I mean, apparently she can't dance and she's proud of it, and stuff. So,
well, that part's relatable.
Yeah, but is it?
I can't dance it. Well, I guess I'm not proud of it. So
but you're not judging. I mean, you're not out there going, come and see me not being able to dance. I'm being ridiculous now, but it's just it's this totally non-critical examination of everything that we do now, and how, Claire, you can save the planet by washing in cold water and changing 5 of your light bulbs. Claire, you can save the planet. But the $3 trillion that we put into subsidising fossil fuels, so that people can afford to do 80 times the amount of carbon footprint that most people have.
Yeah.
Actually, it's far more than it's far more than 80 times too. By the way, I just saw some, but we just say, oh, that's okay, But make sure you turn your monitors off when you leave the office, will you?
Right.
To save on the carbon footprint.
Right, and feel really guilty about it if you don't. Yeah, there's a special appearance by Veery again.
Hello, Veery. Nice to see you. I'll be bringing Loz, my lorikeet. Or actually, I want to say not my lorikeet. Loz turned up here on New Year's Eve. Turned up, and
from whence did he come?
Well, we don't know. Just turned up on the windowsill. So obviously, has been someone's pet, and I haven't been able to work out. I haven't found the owner, but I didn't teach Loz to say I love you, but Loz says I love you.
Oh,
Loz is a great songwriter. Puts whistles and everything together.
Now, Loz, in the background,
yeah. Well, I'm going to bring Loz in. If you want to hang on for a minute,
sure.
You can stay there. I'll put some music on. I'm going to go and bring Loz in and put Loz's play pen in the background here, and Loz will join in. And yeah, Loz blows kisses. I can hear Loz out there doing it now, but I'll bring him in. I'll put you on full screen so you can just talk and you can tell people anything you want. And
Okay.
I'm going to put some music on. Well, what do we go? I'm going to put Feeding the Ducks on. People know that one. There we are. There we are.
Loz makes an appearance.
You can have Veery on again. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And I will be back soon with Loz and a fresh cup of coffee.
Oh, sounds good. Stranger here.
Ordering some online. I couldn't see any I wanted. At the...
I've got found a few pair last night in the shed.
Yeah. I'm still getting Loz. He'll be here in a minute. Can you hear him? This up here, Loz. More of these up here. Oh, actually, what am I going to do?
I've been hearing all the commentary from him in the background.
Yeah, he likes to have a bit to say. And,
Oh, what a
and-
cutie!
and see parts of him disappear because of the green screen. Oh, he's doing a bit of dancing. There we are.
Who would have? He didn't have like a leg band or anything.
No, and he hasn't been microchipped.
Oh,
What
a sweet guy.
So I've got a he's got his. Let me hold it up.
Oh wow!
So,
Yep, with the little jinglies
so
and
I've
everything.
got all that, but I've got natural perches for
Mhm.
him. So there we are. Now that's his favourite.
Oh.
There we are.
Is he mocking me? I think he's mocking.
No, that's his display. He does his little display, and he's got. Oh, these are his favourite toys.
Oh, man.
Bells,
Mhm.
and so there we are. There we are. Did you hear him? He just said, "I love you."
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And he's got his ladders and everything. So.
So he didn't have any trouble bonding with you. You just kind of were fast friends right away, or did he take a while to warm up?
Well, when he arrived, he was obviously out of condition. I might say I don't know if Loz is a he or a her or a her. I need to get the DNA testing done, which I will do. I just don't want to stress. Loz doesn't like being handled. He has just got to the point where confident enough he will shake hands and nibble and have a stroke, and I can quite comfortable being all over me and having a bath and all that kind of stuff, but I want it to be comfortable to get into like a birdie backpack. Have you seen those backpacks where you can put your parrot in? And I'm also habituating Loz to a harness so that I can take Loz out when I walk shadow. I want to be able to walk Loz, and it to be safe. And the other risk is with free flying, any parrot is parrot beak and feather disease virus. So I want to be able to have it restrained so that it can't socialize with any of the other parrots or feed where other parrots are, because of the risk of beak and feather disease here. So a lot of things that need to consider. Now, just hold on a minute. I'm going to just make my coffee. I'll be back in a sec. I can't wait to have the second cam because I'm going to have Loz cam. Here, Loz, show me that. Here. You dropped it. This is why I haven't been having him on the stream recently, because just behind where he's sitting is my whiteboard with all my what's coming up and everything, and I've got I've got these. Of course, every magnetic whiteboard has. Where are we?
Oh.
But he picks them off.
For a little beak to peck. Yeah, I can see why he would gravitate to that.
Picks them off and plays with them. I've got all different colours and everything. So now usually I hang the green screen material. Oh, you see, he's got it again. He's grabbed it. He waves it around. So
well, you pointed it out, so of course he had to go.
Then he drops them, and then I have to go and find them. Like that one, he's just dropped that one.
Parrots and parakeets seem to me to just be agents of chaos in, not unlike cats in terms of just, they kind of just explore their environment through destruction, it seems like.
Yeah. Well, Loz is a rainbow lorikeet, and I want to get another bird to keep Loz company. Now, I kept birds when I was a kid, and I never wanted to keep birds again, and I would never have bought a bird. But because Loz turned up, and lorikeets are difficult birds to look after. You need to understand them and have the patience for them. And I have a feeling that Loz was a pet, and that they're very good at escaping. So he may have escaped. It may have escaped, or someone may have because we have rainbow lorikeets, wild rainbow lorikeets around here, they may have thought, oh, I can't deal with Loz anymore.
They just release him.
Or maybe they were moving to somewhere, you know, a whole, and they just thought, oh, it'll be right. But no, a pet bird is not very good as a wild bird often. But these birds are super aggressive, and they're more numerous than they were years ago. And as we are destroying the forest, they're a blossom migrant. They follow the flowering eucalypts up and down the coast.
Oh, cool.
And into the box and ironbark woodlands in sort of central West Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland. So that's what they were, but now they are resident. They have adapted to suburbia, and in a group they are very aggressive, very domineering. They take over the nest hollows. They will attack other birds. They will. There is anecdotal evidence of them eating other birds.
Oh man!
So yeah, they're a bit of a problem. Oh, he's showing off big time. You are showing off. Hello. So I'm just going to make that coffee. I'll come back and have a chat, and then I would. Do you need to go?
Yeah, you mentioned birding, and I was actually I'm meeting a friend for birding in the morning. So
can you just wait? Can you just wait there until I get my coffee?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks. Oh, here he comes. Next stage of the live stream. Come on. Oh. All right, settle down. Ooh, there we are. Yeah, very good. Good on you, Claire. Hey, Claire, I want to invite you to do First Seen and Heard.
Ooh.
I want to know the Maryland first scenes and herds, and any time you're out on the trail, they don't have to be amazing. And you saw how technical my the high production values that go into First Seen and Heard.
So you just do like a little recording of whatever it was that you eat through your window, or
like often my first heard is I hear it inside.
Yeah.
I like to go out. I live across the road from a park. I live in a unit, right? And I live across the road from a park. So I like to go out and do the park. Which one's that? Which cat's that?
This one is Stranger. He's very big. He's got a little tidy whities on his belly.
Oh, good on you. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. I'm it's normally like a Carolina wren or somebody who breeds right on rent a place on a farm.
But it's probably different over the year too. So, and that's why we do it. Oh, yeah. You are waging destruction over there, Loz. Come on. Oh,
is he rearranging your schedule or?
No, because I write everything on the whiteboard, but then so that I can see what's I produce podcasts for other people, so and I co-host them. So generally, anyone who thinks, oh, I couldn't do what you do, I go, you don't have to. What you need to do is come on, tell me what you want to talk about, and I will run it and drive it, and you bring your guests on and everything.
Oh,
but
that's so cool.
I'll keep it going. But for all the different shows that I do, and even like for the Bird Emergency, Saturday morning at 9:30 in Melbourne, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Canberra, Hobart, that time zone, we do habitat gardening where we talk about, because I'm a horticulturist as well as a bird nerd.
Oh, cool.
And the idea, so that was just an idea and it's sort of caught on. I also do Photography Friday, but I'm not as, look, I have been very slack with getting guests. Generally, I as much as I have on my whiteboard, follow up people, I don't always get around to it.
It sounds like you got a lot of balls in the air. It must be tough.
And I'm reading so much stuff,
Yeah.
and I'm watching so many people's YouTubes and stuff that I. Hello, Glenn. Thank you there for your Facebook love. We got Facebook love from Naomi and Glenn. I might say there's a bunch of people on Twitter watching at the moment, which is great. And some Twitchies as well, so that's always good. So and then I do like a job search / career development show with a job search coach. So all of those are red. I use red for that. Green for Monday with Holly or for the Monday stuff that I do. So anyway, that's why there's all these little dots. Then I can see which days I have to fill up at a glance, so that I'm doing my emails and I go, oh, look, that's a good day. They can fill in and join in.
Megan Laws.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah.
It's like he's going invisible. He's like, winking out of existence with the green.
Well, the green bits disappeared, but he's flying back and forward across to the playpen, and he'll probably end up on the mic stand and on the top of my head and whatever. But Holly's very used to Loz being in the stream, so So actually no, Holly's not, because we did. No, that. Yes, Holly. I'm just trying to think, because Loz turned up on New Year's Eve, and then I think we did two Holly shows before she went on long service leave. So I think that's right. But
he seems like he's settled in. He's acting like he's been there forever, it seems like.
Oh yeah. Well, I was saying he was out of condition, and when he arrived, I didn't have a bird cage or anything.
Oh my God.
So I pulled out everything out of the top of my cupboard, and I rigged up some perches up there and put some food up there. And for a couple of days while he was adjusting, he was just really in my room, and so he would land on my monitors, but he could hardly fly. He was so weak at that stage, he could hardly fly. And I didn't have lorikeet food and a whole lot of stuff, so I had to go and get so I've got a whole lot of different lorikeet foods, so he gets some variety. And then I had to go and I had to find out what fruits and vegetables and things that he couldn't eat. So nothing in the allium family. Can't give them avocado.
Right.
Can't have the seeds of apples, but apples are lots of, the seeds for apples actually have cyanide in them, and
I remember reading that.
And it's a cumulative poison. The birds cannot break them down, and so if he's eating seeds of apples and pears and some other rosaceae probably, that without knowing it, you can be poisoning the bird.
Wow.
So I did that, and I got onto eBay and Amazon and ordered in some things, and then went up to the local pet stock thing and went and got some stuff. And I knew that, I knew that cage birds, you don't want them to be having, like smooth perches. So obviously I bought his playpen, but so that he's not sitting on those smooth dowels that they're made of. I put a whole bunch of different size eucalypt branches on it and made it taller because they love to be able to climb.
Right.
Lorikeets climb as much as they fly. And then over time, we've just built him up, and yeah, he now flies around inside.
Doing a little owl breeding there, I guess.
Yeah, just loves the beard. He used to like to pick at the top of these headphones, but he hasn't been jumping on the top of my head lately.
Oh, that's good.
But probably don't speak too soon.
Yeah, right.
And I've ordered a big inside aviary or cage aviary that'll be big enough for him and a companion. And I've got a, big, it's a big size budgie cage that I put him in outside, and that's where he socializes in the morning where he calls out to the local lorikeets, and he's now friends with the doves, all the birds that hang around in the backyard.
Oh, wow.
But he mimics the blackbirds and the sparrows, and he chatters away with them all day.
Oh, fascinating.
But he's picked up all these little whistles. I taught him all these whistles, and now he puts them into songs. He sits out there happily talking to himself, making his own little songs. So
cool.
So next is to get him into. It's a long process. You got to train them to accept the harness. I don't want to force to put it on, and because you break the trust that you have with the bird.
Yeah.
So I don't make him do anything unless it's dangerous. I've had to a couple of times grab him when he's been in the kitchen and he's going to do something.
Right.
But our place is all open plan except for the bedrooms. Yeah. But he jumps in. I've got a dish that I fill up in the laundry sink, and he jumps into that for his bath. I get totally soaked every time he has a bath. He loves it. He squeals with delight when he's having his bath.
When you mentioned that they're blossom followers in the wild, do they consume the blossoms directly, or are they going for like
no? He has a brush on the end of his tongue, and the lorikeet's major source of food is nectar and pollen from eucalyptus flowers, and the eucalyptus, different species flower at different times up and down the coast, and they follow them. They also will feed on other native, like they love, like the lily pillies, syzygiums. He loves those flowers. He also likes, I go and pick him some bottlebrush flowers and banksia flowers, but they're second choice. He loves the eucalypt and the syzygiums.
Oh, how cool. I didn't realize they were pollinators, or could be pollinators.
Yeah. And in terms of pet food, there is nectar mix and nectar pellets that are manufactured, and he has them as well. You can feed them a wet mix, but when you do that, you also end up with it only takes about 15 minutes to go through the lorikeet system, and it means you end up with wet poo everywhere.
Right. Oh, wonderful!
So I've moved him away from that. He gets apple and pear and mango and watermelon and stuff, and he loves green veggies. I chop up green veggies for him each morning when he wakes up. Apparently, he needs 12 hours of rest. And when he first moved in, I didn't know that. So he was staying up later, and 10 or 11 when I keeping up my routine. Now he doesn't. He goes to bed at 6 or 7 at night, and I get him up after I've been up for several hours, and he's much. I've noticed that regularity. He is much happier. He loves. Well, I think like most pets, and indeed kids, they like the regularization.
Meet their routine. Yeah, they're they get into the habit of something and they expect it at a certain time.
Yeah, and so far I haven't had any behavioural problems. He does like some of these hanging toys, and he loves the bells, and he's worked out how to ring the bells so he gets one ting, and he loves that, and he's worked it out with all the others. Oh, yeah, there we are. He just fell off his perch. That wasn't very smart, was it, Loz? So yeah, so he obviously needs a lot more conditioning, which is why I want to get him free flying.
Mm-hmm.
So he's worked out he's back up on the perch now. So
he seems like a character. He just seems like a lot of fun having a lorikeet. I mean,
no doubt, it's great. It's been really good for me because I'm having to look after Loz. I'm responsible for Loz, but I certainly don't see him as my bird.
Mm-hmm.
Loz is his own master.
Yeah.
But I've got to keep him safe and
keep him fed and
keep him safe and happy. But I do want to get a friend, and when I do get a friend, I'll buy a young, or I won't be buying from a pet store or anything like that, but I'll source, probably try and get another rescue lorikeet.
Yeah.
But much younger, so that, and then they can get acclimatized to each other, and then when I'm not at home and Loz has to be in the cage or / aviary,
right,
doesn't get bored. When I'm out, I leave music or TV on because he loves the music.
Mm.
He's a very musical bird. So I see him dancing, and I was tapping on the laundry basin when I was bathing him. I just tapped out a little tune, and when I stopped, he straight away went and tapped the same tune with his beak on the on the metal. So they're a lot smarter than I thought they were, and Loz isn't aggressive or domineering with me, but very, very insistent on attention. Or if I generally give him his nectar first in the morning, and then I cut up the greens and I give him the apple, and then he gets his pellet. So I do it all at the same time, but in that order. But if I do it in the different order, he gets annoyed. If he doesn't have the greens very, very quickly, he gets very annoyed. So it just, just like a little, you just think of a kid at breakfast time. If you don't give them if you don't cut their toast into strips, or you don't cut the crust off or something.
Room, yeah,
exactly. So very, very.
That's a lot of fun. Oh.
So there we are. See, so all of his green, because his back is green, so it's invisible. So you just see this head. Oh, there we are. He's on the mic. He's attacking the microphone now. But when he turns around with the orange and the yellow, and the red, you can see him. So that's the thing about
he's wearing an invisibility cloak. Yeah.
About the green screen. He sort of, since he's become happier with being here at home, he's exploring all my stuff far less. He just seems to be happy annoying me and being on his playpen. But in the first month or two that I had him, he was into everything. He was checking everything out.
Oh, interesting. He probably had to get a sense of his environment, and just kind of figure out the lay of the land.
But I think he's worked out that sitting on the monitors is boring. There's much more to play with on the playpen. Plus, there's food and when I get I'm expecting the new aviary to arrive between the 2nd and the 9th of May.
Mm.
And then he'll have to go through a whole process again of getting used to that. And I'll have to cut different perches, and then I'll get some different toys. And so then he'll have the opportunity. He can be outside, he can be inside, he can be in my room. And then over time, we're putting more perches around the house. And we've got a dog too, which is a cattle dog. And he thinks Loz looks like a really, really tasty snack.
Yeah.
So I can't have Loz on the floor, even though he loves chasing balls. So it's a long. I mean, they have to be desensitized to each other, but at the same time, it has to be safe.
Right. So how do you go about that process? I mean, do you like have one in the crate or the aviary?
Shadow is an older dog, and he's pretty good, but I can't let Loz on the floor at the moment unless I have Shadow on the lead. But this is Shadow's place, and he was here for, nearly 10 years before Loz turned up.
Right, and there's this intruder, yeah.
So I don't want to make Shadow feel like he's being penalised just for being him. So it's about making sure that if I want Loz to be around on the floor and everything, he has to be in a harness so that I can pull him back.
Yeah.
And stuff. So we've only had one instance where he flew past Shadow's nose and Shadow snapped at him and grabbed the tail. Now I think Shadow was just playing because he didn't take a big chomp.
Right.
But Shadow's a cattle dog. Movement is what
triggers it.
And here's this green and blue and yellow thing of movement that makes a lot of noise.
Right.
And Shadow's intrigued. Shadow is totally intrigued by the bird. So it's a matter of managing their interactions.
Right.
And they can't be unsupervised.
No.
I mean, that's just irresponsible. And when I got Loz, the next day I went to a garage sale, right? Because I had to have something secure. And I found a cage and a stand.
Oh, brilliant.
Now that's where Loz sleeps. And when I have to go out and put him outside so he can talk to the other birds, he's in a small, well, it's not a small cage, but it's too small in my opinion. But yeah, now he's got his own. He'll have a bigger thing, and then he'll have a playmate, and then I'll get an outside aviary as well that he can move into, and
it sounds like he knew he was ending up somewhere when he picked on your windowsill.
Well, luckily I was actually live streaming, and my housemate.
God. Really?
My housemate knocked on the window and said, "Hey, there's a lorikeet here." And I'm thinking, yeah, so what? There's bloody lorikeets. And it's like just on dusk. And I'm thinking, yeah. And he goes, "No, there's this lorikeet here. He's just on the windowsill." And I'm looking at my windowsill, and he meant the one out the front of the house. And it was only just before all the kids' fireworks happened, 9 o'clock. So we have daylight savings here. So I think it was 8:30 or something at night. And it was twilight. Anyway, my housemate grabbed him and then said, here it is. So Loz was here on the live stream that I was doing on New Year's Eve.
It's origin story.
Yeah. So it's very easy to go back and look at my live stream and see when Loz turned up and how I went from, what are you talking about? The bloody lorikeets everywhere. Oh, well, And then it was like, well, did he fly into the window? Is this bird strike? Is it okay? Right. And then it was obvious that it hadn't flown into the window. He just arrived. He was just there. And I think, he was obviously not in good condition. He was weak. And whether or not, whether it was escaped, released or whatever, it doesn't really matter. But
just that of all the houses in the neighborhood, that he ended up at the Bird Nerd, ground zero. That's
And
brilliant.
luckily that my housemate was actually
Yeah.
paying attention
Right.
because on New Year's Eve, there are kids out, there's cats, there's dogs out.
Right. And everybody,
Um,
everybody's getting spooked by the fireworks. And so,
Yeah.
yeah.
So very, very lucky. Oh, here we go. Oh, can you, Loz, come down here. Loz is on the microphone arm now. So yeah, there you go. Now, before you go, I hope you have a good time bird watching.
Thanks.
Tomorrow. I'll let you in on a bit of my mania and why I know so much about the geography and everything of the
Yeah.
birds. I wake up at 4 a.m. 2 a.m. at the moment. It is now that we're on standard time, and I listen to the Majority Report, which comes out of New York. But I listen to a whole heap of U.S. politics and social stuff.
And because you want to be infuriated first thing in the morning, I guess. Does the frustration wake you up?
I'll tell you why I got into it. I got into it because this particular show talks about the media manipulation and the PR stuff and manufacturing consent and all that. And it's really interesting that what they talk about then cycles about 6 months or a year later here, and the same sort of talking points and the same sort of bullshit. And our conservative politics, and it's happening in New Zealand and Canada, are following the same lunatic model.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find a way to build some kind of environment, biodiversity, climate emergency kind of group that can. I mean, the whole reason I started the bird emergency was just to get people to understand what the problems were, and to meet people who are actually doing the real work. Because conservation is not Steve Irwin, Bindi Irwin, and Australia Zoo. That is not conservation.
Right.
That is tourism dressed up as conservation. And while they might put some money towards some useful things, that's not what they exist for. They make money out of promoting themselves in that way.
Right.
And I want to break that. Down. It's the people who are out there doing surveys of owls at night. It's the people banding waders year after year after year, and actually being able to say, our numbers of waders have reduced this much. Or people who are saying, hey, the hummingbirds are actually, their breeding range is extending north in America.
Right.
So when we didn't clear all the hummingbird habitat down south and we thought we were doing the right thing, now that climate change is pushing their range north, there's nothing for them to eat. Or the distances they have to fly are greater, and therefore more of them are dying on the migration from exhaustion.
Right.
So that was really what the whole bird emergency was to introduce species that are having problems with at the same time introducing the people who are doing the research. That was how the podcast.
That's such a cool
started.
idea. Yeah, I think it's just
and
fascinating. You get so many interesting, fascinating folks on at different career stages too, which is cool.
Yeah, and then I love live streaming. I find it. I much prefer to live stream than do other stuff. So I'm trying to make the live streams have more people coming on to do conversation like you did, and I want. Oh, here's Holly. Oh, good. Holly can come in. Hello, Holly. Welcome.
Hi.
Hey, Dr. Holly. Now, Claire, you won't know Dr. Holly at all. Holly is the Urban Birds Program Manager for BirdLife Australia.
Cool.
And Holly and I regularly talk about urban birds. And Holly's just been on long service leave, so she's back. So this is like the welcome back. Holly, Claire is Dr. Claire, and Claire has been studying the effects on. I introduced it as really, really broad, but it was the grey cowbird and
Catbird.
their catbird, sorry, and their effect, the influence that cats and hawks, their when they've been exposed to them in a sort of human affected habitat, what it was. Anyway, so that's the short thing. So we've just been having. Claire's been with us now for over 3 hours.
I'm looking at the live thing going, oh my goodness, guys.
We had a wide-ranging discussion.
What a session.
I probably do need to shove off now, but
so Claire, when you do your first seen and heard, just use the hashtag first seen and heard. You can see on my Twitter, and you can do it on Instagram or whatever, and then I'll try and find it each time and share it and everything, because we want to get more people doing it. I still want Holly to be doing it every morning. I'm tagging her every morning now.
Are you? I haven't been on socials much. I've been very slack.
I'll tag you now, Claire. I think I tagged you this morning because you were coming on. So
oh man, I was
we'll
not
keep doing that.
Yeah, I'll try and remember to do it tomorrow morning.
Don't worry, I'll keep hassling you. So that'll be cool. So feel free to nick off whenever you like. Have a good time bird watching tomorrow. Say hi to your bird watching buddies, and I hope you get to 800.
Oh, thank you, and thank you so much for the invitation, and great to just meet you very briefly, Holly.
Yes, briefly.
And I guess I will catch the recording later.
Cool bananas.
All right, thanks so much, and bye, Laws. Nice
Thanks,
meeting you.
Claire.
Take care, Grant.
See you, Claire. Bye.
Oh, Holly. How you
Hi,
going?
tag teamed in. How's it going?
Yeah. I'm going to be doing more of this. I'm going to be doing more of these things, because instead of trying to have 10 different streams over a day, like where I'm doing first seen and heard early, I'm just going to start with first seen and heard and leave the streams open and bring more people in. I think that's
cool.
That's fun, and I'm really pleased that so many people are watching now on Twitter.
Great.
Getting less people on Twitter actually commenting, but I did think that they were all bots for a while, Holly. I thought they're all bots, but no, I'm getting people commenting and saying, "Hey, no, I'm not a bot. I'm real." But we're just watching. I thought, well, that's okay. Now I'm just going to change our studio to be Monday with Holly, so that I've got all of our normal stuff. Oh, there's not much different. There we are. What we'll do in a little while, Holly, is I'll do the countdown and stuff, so that it's easier for me to edit. Oh, actually, I've got to put a marker. Oh, no, it's there. What's going on there? Don't know what's going on there. So, hello. How are you? Nice to see you again.
I'm back.
Now, what were the just before we officially start?
Yes.
What were your highlights of your time off? Just being chill? Just being chill?
Yes. I always, I hear lots of people, when they get the opportunity to do sort of long service leave or sabbatical or something, having these big plans and traveling and doing. No, I potted, and it was lovely.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Oh, hang on, I don't want that there. I wanted. Sorry, Holly, I didn't mean.
Oh, you're all right. It's fine.
I didn't mean to play me on Twitter again. Yeah. So, did you actually go anywhere, like for a weekend or two, or?
I had a little jaunt out to sort of regional Vic for a few days, which was lovely. I haven't been out through Victoria much at all. So that was a nice little visit.
Now, did you take binoculars and did you do bird watching, or were you socialising? Or
I was socialising I always look for an opportunity to do a little bit of birding. I didn't do any sort of really intentional. I'm going to go and try and find X, Y, and Z. But I did have a nice little walk around a little regional town and saw, even the place I was staying had, a bunch of finches and fairy wrens and silver eyes just in and out of the garden, some little thornbills. So it was lovely. I didn't have to travel far to have the birds come to me. So it was nice.
Cool. Well, I'm when we officially kick off, which will be in a minute or so, I'm going to ask you about gardening and everything.
Okay. Sure.
So let's see how in practice or out of practice you are. Now, I can't do Instagram because we've already done Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
So they will just have to miss out. If you're one of the Twitter people and you would like to do comments and everything, it's easier on YouTube or Facebook.
Okay.
Now, let me get down here. I'm going to do the countdown.
Okay.
And then we're back.
All right.
I'll just have to do it this way so it's easier to edit. Okay. For later.
That's fine.
Okay, so just pretend that you. Oh, if I take you out, I'll bring you back.
Okay. I'm coming
Just
back.
pretend.
Excellent. Okay. Shh.
G'day, bird nerds. It's Monday. It's April. I'm another year older than when our guest for now last joined us. It's Monday. That makes it Monday with Holly. And Dr. Holly Parsons, Urban Birds Program Manager at BirdLife Australia, is back with us for the first time. I was going to say first time in 2024, but that's not true. But it is the first. I think didn't we do one in January?
No, I was off.
Oh, okay.
No.
For the first time in 2024 and for the first time since I turned another year older, Dr. Holly Parsons is back for Monday with Holly. Great to see you again, Holly. I'm very excited that you're back. So you haven't met Loz?
No, I haven't. I did see briefly.
Loz, come on. Here we are. There we are.
I do love the green screen effect on Loz.
It's cool, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
I could turn it off, but then people would see my horrific tacky background, and then people wouldn't know, or people would know that I'm not sitting in this like TV studio or something that I'm doing here. But
Hello, Loz. So what's
Holly?
Give me the short Loz history story.
I was live streaming on New Year's Eve, and Loz turned up. My housemate found Loz on our windowsill, and I'll actually have to clip that bit out of the live stream so that I don't have to keep telling you what I can say. Well, this is what happened. I was live streaming, and my housemate said, "Oh, Laura Keat," and I'm thinking, "Yeah, so what? There's Laura Keats everywhere." And it was 8:30. It was about dusk. It was just dusk. And anyway, eventually he said, "Look, here's the Laura Keat." And I'm looking out the window at him. Oh, all right. And so anyway, got lost, and we just kept going on. And obviously has been a pet.
Yeah, for sure.
But as I just went through this with Claire, when I got Loz, he couldn't fly.
Okay.
If he could, it was like a matter of 6 inches, 12 inches kind of stuff. And I didn't have a cage and food and everything. So New Year's Day, I couldn't get anything. But the next day, there happened to be a garage sale up the street, and they had a big bird cage and a stand. So I got that, and then I went to the pet stock and bought some lorikeet food and lorikeet and honey eater food, and went and got some fruits and just started going and getting what I could and ordering in the more pellets and stuff. Feeding him up, learning about lorikeets, and making a play gym for him, which is what he's on now.
Nice.
And over time, I did take him to a local vet to see if there was a microchip. No microchip. Nothing on Facebook or Gumtree or anything about a lost lorikeet. No. Usually when people have lost animals around here, all the notices go up in all the bus shelters and on nothing like that. So, okay, Loz is part of the household. So we're talking. We're 4 months. 4 months in, he's now flying around all over the place, far more confident.
That's good.
He might be a little bit overweight now. They sort of say between 100 and 150 grams, and he's sitting up near the 150 grams. So,
healthy.
And going through the training to get him more habituated to being handled. He doesn't like being handled, but he does say, "I love you." And let's see, does the kiss.
Yeah.
Makes up his own songs. It mimics the whistles I've taught him. So, yeah. Oh, and Holly, as you know, rainbow lorikeets, can't sex them. The vet couldn't sex Loz, so I had to do DNA with some feathers. But I'm actually going to take Loz to the clinic in Western Melbourne that will analyse the feathers, but also will do the parrot beacon feather.
Yeah, cool.
Disease.
Yep. Initially, when you said it wasn't flying, and I was like, "Ooh, that doesn't feel good." But the fact that he is now is good.
Yeah, I know he's.
Yeah, great.
And I was really concerned about that. And my first thought was it was bird strike. I thought maybe it's flying into the window. But no, none of that. It was just obviously out of condition.
Yep.
And over time, found out favourite food, apple.
Yep.
I now know all the things you shouldn't ever feed a lorikeet, and the things that you do. They have different preferences, and training takes a long time because they have a very, very, very short attention span. But it's amazing when I top up the nectar mix. That's his favourite, the nectar mix. When I top that up and he goes in and has a couple of goes at it, then it's like a 4-year-old that you've given a lollipop. A few minutes later, mayhem, screaming, carrying on, blah blah blah, and then head turned around.
Yeah, having a sleep.
Amazing,
sugar crash.
Amazing thing to see. So everyone, I would like to. I'm just going to check my Twitter mentions and everything now to Holly to see if anyone's got any comments or questions. There's nothing new there. Folks, if you have a question, a comment, anything for Holly since she's been away so long, even if it's just, hello, Holly, welcome back, because that would be cool, do that. What else did I want to say? Yes, Twitter people, you can join in. Holly, how did BirdLife manage to carry on without you?
Very well. Tunda got knocked back. I didn't need to be there. Everybody has been great.
So, a couple of things I did want to talk to you about that are sort of in your wheelhouse.
Sure.
Tunda.
Yes.
Good decision.
Fantastic decision. Shame it took so long, but we'll
Lee
take it.
Point. Shit decision.
Yeah. Yes.
Beetaloo Basin. And the Northern Territory subsidising the pipeline and the export terminal. shit decision.
Mm-hmm.
Another 2 coal mines, shit decision.
Yeah.
The New South Wales government, $500 million for koalas, but none of it retaining habitat or protecting forests or gazetting a national park.
Problematic.
Shit decision. My editorial comment. I'm concerned that Walker Corporation, the same corporation for Toondah, have been given the go-ahead for development in Western Sydney on koala habitat.
Yes, I saw that.
By Minister Plibersek. I reckon, this is my editorial, and I know it's something you probably can't say that you agree or disagree, but I want to put it out there.
Sure.
I think she's made the easy decision and got all of the publicity because of all of the hard work so many people have done. Swift Parrot, nothing. Greater Glider, nothing. Bandaging koalas that have been hit by cars, shitloads of money. So I'll just leave that there. Victorian government, duck hunting, nothing. Shit decision. But Victorian government, well, actually not Victorian government, City of Greater Geelong, 24-hour cat curfew.
Yes, I did see that.
Beauty.
Yes,
And let's see
very
more
happy.
of
Absolutely.
that.
It's great
But-
news.
How are some of yours and the aligned projects going in the absence? Because it's we're nearly 5 months since we really last had a good chat. Rat poison and owls. Have we had any movement? Okay.
No, so that decision's still sitting with the APVMA. The review's still underway. I believe this year they are due to announce their initial decision. I'm sure it was 2024. So we are still talking about it and still wanting those changes to be made. That decision is sitting still with the APVMA. Yeah. So, Toondah was amazing. It was a great win. We certainly celebrated it because, unfortunately, those wins are very few and far between. But with everything you just listed, the battle goes on. There is always more to be done, and there is so much to be done to protect native habitat for a wide range of species, including koalas and a whole range of different birds and marsupials. You name it, reptiles. We need stronger nature laws at a federal level to help do that. And
how did I leave that out? That delay, shit decision. I mean,
still ongoing. Something like Toondah should never have taken that long to be knocked back. Like that's just ludicrous. We got there, but
But in New South Wales, you had the Premier and the Environment Minister, who prior to the election campaigned on habitat, koala habitat. That was one of their main planks in their conservation strategy, in their messaging. I just wonder, I'm very, very cynical about all those things, but it was easy to look good by knocking Toondah back, but at the same time, you give the same company the tick on koala habitat. And so that the New South Wales government can look less shit, they throw a whole lot of money at koala rehabilitation and rehoming, and stuff like that. So that means more koalas in zoos. Once they get rehabilitated, unless they can be put back into the habitat that you know where they came from.
Yep.
In most cases,
I don't know what
they're not able to go back to the wild.
No, if they can't go back to that habitat, they've got to go somewhere else. And
that's right. So instead of giving them to, that's right. So instead of giving them to Australia Zoo, Taronga Zoo, Sydney Zoo, whatever, what a lot of this money is going to help rehabilitation organisations to have long-term koala housing, which is needed. But it, like I was saying earlier on today, that's not going to fix the problem.
No,
you're going to need to put that magnitude of money in over and over and over again as more koalas become homeless and get hit by cars or attacked by dogs or whatever the case may be. And, you know, these people do amazing work. Rehabilitating wildlife is...
Oh, absolutely. It's hard.
But wouldn't it be great if there was no need for as many as we have?
Yep.
Anyway.
Absolutely.
Anyway. Powerful Hour Project. How's that going?
Still going?
Yep.
Still going. We're kicking off breeding season. Hours are calling all over the place. So if people are interested, they can just look for Powerful Hour Project. Just pop it into Google. We now have a really nice training package for people to do online. So you can learn about what it takes to be a Powerful Hour volunteer by going through the online training course, and then we connect you up with a site, and if there's a local volunteer in your area with those great people as well, and get you out and about and seeing some owls.
I noticed that the gang stuff looks like it's going gangbusters, gangs in schools.
Yep. So we're doing our gang course again for anybody who wants to take part and learn about gang cockatoos. I also have an amazing student at Sydney Uni, Liam Doherty, who's just coming to the end of his honours thesis, and so he was analysing a bunch of footage from some artificial hollow trials that we've done for gang cockatoos. So his results will be coming through in the next month as he's sort of winding up. He's in the thick of data analysis at the moment. So
yes, he's bookmarked and
good
on my list to follow up.
Good.
There's so much stuff going on. Tell me about some of the other BirdLife projects that might have been slipping under the radar a little bit. I did notice that glossy blacks are in the
glossy
news
count
again.
was just done, or was it Great Cocky Count was just held?
Great Cocky Count, I think, was just done. But Victorian preservation of glossy habitat, nah, not happening, nah. Southeast Queensland, nah. So we've got all these obvious cases where the government could really leaning on some goodwill, amazing community activation, really, around a few particular species. And that's not happening at the state level or the federal level. So, of course, I just think, do they mean it? What other things are coming across your desk? Did you see the thing on? I think it was on Twitter. Oh no, it was on the ABC about how little ravens are extending their range in Victoria and in the suburbs of Melbourne particularly, and that they might be a bigger problem than noisy miners, rainbow lorikeets, because they're so damn smart, and that they might be a bigger problem for little birds than anything else that we've got going on in our gardens.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the classic result of like urbanization is you have these birds that are able to exploit the situation that we've created, which is, for something like a little raven, lots of nesting opportunities, lots of food around, and that could be natural food in the form of small birds, or it could be scavenging, which they do really well. And, you couple that with intelligence that, corvids have in spades, and it's not really a wonder that they've increased their range. It's always hard to say whether to rank the which one is worse for small birds. It's kind of
there's not enough study done, so we
there's
can't
not
really call it out.
Um,
I watched a little raven undo a zip tie bag to get a bit of food at the bus stop the other day.
Yeah.
It was unwrapping screwed up pieces of paper. It was opening up fast food boxes and getting chips, and then I watched it 1 foot on part of the zip tie bag, and its beak opening up and getting examining what was inside. They're freakishly smart.
Yep, absolutely. We see similar with things like self-crested cockatoos as well.
Yeah, obviously with the bins.
But opening school bags and things too. I know I've done lots of school work, and lots of teachers will be like, well, the kids all leave their bags inside now. Can't leave them outside because the cockies just get in and steal lunches.
Yep, and so was that the cat I caught?
The dog. No cats.
It's the dog.
Yeah.
No,
one of the dogs. Sorry, noisy.
At the corner of my eye. Oh, that's okay, because I've got a noisy lorikeet here, as you know. He didn't come into frame, but he was sitting on the microphone
nice.
and intently watching you.
Yeah. Okay.
So
nice.
He could see that I was there, and he was intently watching you. But he got sick of it, and he's gone back to play with his bell over here. Have you got more like new things coming up across your desk in particular?
In terms of what my team are up to?
Your team.
No, so a lot of our work this year is going to be doing our stuff well. So keeping things going, looking for funding, and making sure we can keep projects on the go. We're going back to do our. Oh, here's one of them. Hello. Has to come in and cause chaos.
Yeah.
The other one can't be forgotten either. Birds in backyards are still ongoing, so people can do their quarterly surveys. I've left crumbs somewhere. Go away. We also are doing our Birds Meet webinars again every month. So
good. I'll have to try and come to some.
There's one tonight. So usually the last week of the month is when we'll be hosting them. So they were really great last year. And
now, is there an easy website for that for people to find?
So you just need to basically get on our mailing list, and you get emails about them. Yeah. Okay. So we advertise them halfway through the month for the end of the month. And so, there'll be a bunch of great topics tonight. It's going to be pollinators.
Very cool. Very cool. I'll have to go and find my email, because most of my newsletter emails don't get to me in time. I get far too much email.
Yep.
I get far too much of everything unless it's got something obvious in the subject line, which means I must have a look at it. I often miss it. I was wondering, Holly, it's been, we've been probably having these chats for getting on to 3 years, I think, over, the one-offs and stuff that we've done. In that time, are you seeing a significant increase in the people submitting their birds in backyards surveys, or is it holding steady?
I think it's holding steady. We certainly see things like Aussie bird count growing numbers each year, though it's sort of slowed. Certainly, we're sort of reaching that sort of towards that threshold of people. Bibby surveys are kind of staying pretty stable. But certainly our growth in terms of people who want to hear about what we're doing, who want to learn about birds is increasing. So our supporter list is really quite huge now, which is
So
fantastic.
I just wanted to tie into a few things like this, because I'm wondering, because I'm always interested in this idea about awareness and then
Yep.
following through
Yes.
with action.
Yep.
I get a bit frustrated about how many things are focused on awareness, and I think we're a bit awared out.
Yep.
If Birds in Backyard surveys holding steady, bird count, Aussie bird count increasing, is there a noticeable increase in membership of BirdLife that can be tagged in with that? Like,
So there's two different things. There's membership in BirdLife, in which you're a paid member, or there's supporters.
Okay,
And they're not necessarily paying. Yes.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to sort of look at, and I'll get to something a bit more relevant too. But is membership up, and does it follow a trajectory in terms of the increasing amount of bird count participants? Do you know if there's a sort of through line
honestly
like
don't know.
Okay,
Totally different side of the book. I'm not sure.
Because I'm hoping that instead of that side of it, I'm hoping that there is growth in volunteers and people involved in all of the, actual hands-on programs that, like gangs and powerful hours. I mean, obviously, not just anyone can turn up and do some of that stuff, but because that's where the rubber hits the road, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is that, there are various ways you can be involved and help, and that could be through a membership and that funding coming in, which is integral to what we do. But just as valuable is volunteering your time. And so that's, doing surveys in bird data, whether it's for Birds in Backyards or it's for shorebirds or it's for whatever project, that volunteering those hours as a surveyor is incredibly vital. I don't have all the stats on numbers off the top of my head. So we're looking, actually now I do. So statistics for this year, we're looking at around the same number of surveys. They might be, as compared to this time last year, they may be down slightly, but sort of holding relatively true. So, of course, we want to see that increase, but, part of that is around us looking at how we do things better and putting different processes in place to make sure it's a really easy thing for people to get involved in, and that stuff sometimes takes time too.
We can probably put a positive spin on that too, because work from home is less.
Yeah, we're out of COVID now.
That's right. People with all that time to, the kids' sport is back on. All the kind of stuff that meant we had a boom in people hanging around in their backyard in their local park. That's all over.
Yep.
So holding steady.
Yeah.
I'm not a statistician, but I would say that probably indicates that there's actually still an increase. That a lot of people will have backed right off, but some people will be doing more. I would think so. That's good news.
Yeah, and it's also about us sort of providing opportunities for people across a range of different things. So it could be specific great cocky count, you go out for one weekend type events. It could be, doing your regular Birds in Backyard surveys, 4 times a year. It could be volunteering in one of the offices and helping out with some things. There are so many different opportunities, and certainly our supporter base has grown, and I think that can be a testament to the different ways that people can interact with us. And it's not just about, getting an email and feeling good, but it's about taking an action. And so volunteering with us is one way people can do that for sure.
And look, the actions are really important, and getting involved in all of the bird surveys, be they the Aussie bird count, birds in backyards counts, or local counts.
Yep.
It's all important. I mean, we've covered that 1,000 times before. I haven't noticed any change in bird life pushing for action other than like being a supporter or being a member or, for instance, gangs and stuff like that. But are we getting to that point where we've got to cross the Rubicon, where we've got to actually push for electoral action? Like I think we've got the evidence now about, I thought I heard Albanese talking about how he had always, his program is geared around being a two-term government, and that all this stuff's going to happen in the second term. But then you look at the polls now, and the second term is looking far less likely. So do we need to try and get, and let's take the focus off bird life, but let's talk about all of the NGOs and that have got massive supporter bases. Do we need to start talking more about electoral action and really trying to shape the nature of a government rather than just talking about individual policies? Because we haven't really won on anything in individual policies, and I'd happily be taken to task and proven wrong, but we've had one good decision, and in Toondah Harbour, and we've had one coal mine not approved. But I think we're up to, I think the ledger is 1 and 3 when we're talking coal mines, and we've got federal government support for export terminals. We don't have our nature laws. We don't have any clarity on what the regulations for the new EPA is supposed to be. I think the runs are on the board that we actually don't have anything. We don't really have anything except Toondah Harbour. Can we in good conscience just say, oh, well, let's just push for more members or more supporters, or
but we
go and
don't
see
just
a
do
film?
that.
No.
No.
But that's why I'm expanding it further out.
So bird life...
Can bird life take a stand like that? Like, I'm seeing more academics coming out and saying, right, we have to actually go this way to achieve the things that we've been talking about for 15 years. Can an organisation like BirdLife actually do that?
Oh, look, that's probably not a question for me to answer. I guess all I can just reiterate is that we do run campaigns on, broader issues, or it could like the nature laws, and working, there's been many meetings with government. We've sat in a whole range of sort of workshops and things on those nature laws, and run both a public campaign as well as work directly with government. So I think it's, I don't.
And I'm sorry for putting you in that spot, but I'm at the point now where I have discussions with people all the time who will say, bloody Extinction Rebellion, look at what they're doing, and blah, blah, blah. But then I say, all right, well, they're doing something, and if they shift a small amount of people in an electoral sense, they might make a difference. And what I'm seeing is so much of what we have been doing for, let's look at the Barrier Reef. Barrier Reef's in absolute crisis, and we haven't done anything different in 15, 20 years. But we always have a new policy, about the barrier reef, but the outcome is never positive. And I guess I mean, look, we've had this conversation a million times. I talked about Taylor Swift earlier on. You know, people with massive platforms, membership lists and whatnot, we're still doing the same thing. And I think the evidence in the last couple of months is that we'll tick off Toondah Harbour, and I'm very happy about that. But we didn't win any of the others. We still haven't got any action on swift parrots. Anywhere.
Yep. What's the alternative, though?
What's the alternative?
Yeah.
Start talking about what really needs to happen in terms of who sits on the benches in parliaments, because everyone stays out of that electoral stuff because I don't know why. I don't know why anymore. I know that it's tied back to money in for several organisations, and that some constitutions of some organisations they're apolitical.
Yep.
But where we are now, coming into the middle of 2024, I reckon that's an impediment to now. I think that's an impediment to the actual aims of some of the organisations. And that's what's got me worried, is that we'll sit around for another 10 years talking about, well, should we do this? Should we change our approach? And by then, maybe the only swift parrots that are breeding are in a captive breeding program. I don't know. I just don't. I've said a million times. Where are the birds that are being managed by a recovery plan that we can go back and say there's more of them now than there were 15 years ago in the wild? Maybe the plains wanderer is one of them. I don't know. I don't know. But we're obviously not having the intensive monitoring that we need for these populations. We're not retaining the habitat that we need to grow the populations. And we don't seem to be winning on the things that the government, and I'm not just saying that at the federal government, New South Wales government told us koalas was a massive priority. Massive koala habitat, massive priority. The state Labor government here in Victoria, keep shooting ducks without doing any real research on some of those numbers of those populations. Murray-Darling Basin, they're still dicking around with that. There just seems to be no courage, no bravery, and this is organisations as well as the parliamentary parties, willing to upset anybody. There's no principle. The science isn't guiding the decisions. I just don't know what's what. So how does an organisation like BirdLife that has all the credibility? BirdLife has all the credibility.
Yep.
So
I guess having not been, I'm not in that sort of team, so it's kind of hard for me to talk too much to it, except to point out that, we have a conservation strategy that we've adopted. We have targets that we want to meet to, stop extinctions.
So it's the government. No extinctions. That's the government's
I know.
target.
But
right?
You need to have a strategy there to sort of guide the reasons why you're doing what you're doing. And, so our work involves, we have a government liaison officer, we have a campaigns team, they work not only internally and directly with supporters, but with external partners as well. So, the nature, Places You Love Alliance as well. So I don't think it's necessarily us. I guess I'm not particularly comfortable with the thought that we're all just sitting on our hands wondering what on earth
No.
bloody hard, and it's really hard and it's exhausting.
And that's why this conversation is difficult, because raising it seems like a criticism, and it's not a criticism. It's not a criticism. I'm not critical of anybody working in this space who has been putting in, over 20, 30 years, some people 50 years, countless hours supporting these aims. But, and that's not what I'm critical of.
Yep.
But what we have, if you have policies that you are advancing as an organisation, and I'm not specifically talking about bird life, but I think I can talk personally.
Yep.
No one was happier than I was at the results of the last election. And I did this stupid live stream where I was so happy, and we're going to get action on this, and this, and we've got diddly squat. And we might. I mean, look what's happened in New Zealand. They were moving towards all these wonderful policies, and then the government changes, and now you've got fast tracking that excludes the environmental laws that exist. So, I don't want to say this is what BirdLife should be doing, but look at all of the organisations that get space and time on the mainstream ABC drive time, blah blah blah. And everyone seems to be constrained by not being able to say, actually, this lot of shit. So this lot of shit, the other lot are shitter. Right? So to achieve our stated policy aims and objectives, perhaps a chaotic Senate and a crossbench of weirdos and freaks, because that's how they're all portrayed in the mainstream media, perhaps that would actually be beneficial for achieving the policy aims that we want. And I don't see anyone discussing it, let alone advancing it, because no one wants to view conservation in a vacuum. We have to think about, what about defence, and what about housing? What about my interest rates? What about that?
Because it doesn't exist in a vacuum.
But all those problems will still be there in 5 years, right?
Yes.
All of those issues will still be there. They're always there. But I always go back to the swift parrot. The swift parrot may not be there into election time. I read an article recently that it's arguable that the wild breeding population of the swift parrot means they are already functionally extinct.
Yep.
So if they're functionally extinct, can't we blame someone yet?
What would blaming anybody do? Just devil's advocate.
Well, perhaps we could say, all right, that one's gone. Let's make sure we don't lose this one, and let's make sure that the environmental laws that we were promised are enacted. Yep. And if they're not enacted, we will recommend to our 300,000, 400,000, 4 million people on our mailing list to put Labor last. Put Labor second last. Put them below the Greens. Put them below Jackie Lambie. Put them wherever. And I know I'm frozen, so I'm going to restart that. So I saw that I'm frozen. Am I back?
Yes. Back? Oh, no, you're still frozen.
No, I'm not. I think I have to restart this one. Okay. This will be even better. So
we can come back to, as you said right at the start, constitutions of different organisations can have sort of political limitations on sort of being apolitical. And so the way that, that we are doing it is through this sort of campaigning around nature laws in particular, which I've kept banging on about, as the way that we are pushing for what we would like to see as the best protection for birds in Australia. And yeah, I mean, different orgs have different ways of doing things across the spectrum of sort of activism. And I don't know what else I was going to say on that.
Oh, well, look, I take that on board, and I accept that. And everyone's constitution and everything is different. Where I get frustrated is, I watch a lot of normal TV, and
I don't.
and but I do because I want to see what people are saying.
Yeah.
And nearly every time it's conservation stuff. Okay, there are people who have been amazingly effective in promoting what they are doing. Taronga, big city birds. We're often seeing stories about ibises and cockatoos and whatnot. But I think the way that the television station goes, okay, no, we've already done 25 minutes of in prime time of conservation. But that's not conservation. That's science.
Yeah.
Right? But there's plenty of time every night on the news and in the morning shows. We get 5 different takes on something about real estate. And if they want to do conservation, they'll do something like habitat gardening. So they can pop someone down at their local nursery and say, buy some native plants without anyone ever having to say, stop cutting down the habitat that exists. So I just wonder if the people who are likely to take action at the ballot box are the people on the mailing lists of all of the organisations. I mean, look at everything that's going on with, the Bob Brown Foundation. I see their stuff all the time on Twitter, and they're about the most out there radical sort of group in terms of pushing an electoral outcome. I don't think I can think of anyone else who is. I see lots of people saying, yes, good on you, David Pocock. We need more people like you in Canberra, but then they don't take the next step. Right?
Yep.
So if you're not in Canberra and you can't vote for David Pocock, what are you saying? What are you suggesting that people who are going to be influenced by you actually do? And this is my frustration, and I'm not saying BirdLife needs to do this, but it's a conundrum, isn't it? Because so many of the organisations, to pay their staff, they need some government money coming in. Often, a lot of the projects are supported in part by government money, so there's a total disincentive to do anything different, which might mean being a bit more radical.
Yeah, I mean, I guess speaking from a BirdLife perspective, I don't think it's necessarily for us around not wanting to upset certain politicians or anything. It's around the strategy and the constitution that we're tied to and the strategies that we put in place to try and affect change and working those through. I was going to suggest, we've run some, aside from the Nature Laws campaign, we've run some different campaigns at election times around reaching out to your MP and talking to your MP, inviting MPs on bird walks and doing that local thing. That is a big step for people. We certainly had a lot of our volleys going out and setting those up. But it is around that sort of making that connection with your local member and being able to talk to them about the issues that concern you and trying to bridge that gap. So that's been a technique that we've done in the last 12 to 18 months.
While I support that, I think that's really, really good. But I think it's happened 10, 15 years too late. I'm not being critical of BirdLife, but I'm just saying as a tactic. But then as a follow-up, is there some kind of scorecard so that you can then say, okay, this guy or this woman who came on our bird walk and said lovely things about bird watching and nature, how did they vote?
Did they vote? Yes.
How did they vote on these things?
Yep.
What did they do? I'm watching the debate in the UK. Hannah Bourne-Taylor, who's been trying to get the building regulations changed so that swift bricks, so that nesting opportunities for bricks are actually put into the housing code. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, the planning code out there.
I know what you mean. Yep.
Now, Michael Gove, when he was the spokesman for environment, was all supportive of it. But now that he's actually responsible for that planning code, won't commit to making sure that Swift bricks are in. So when it was easy for him to say,
Yeah.
I'm a great supporter of it,
Mm.
but when the rubber hits the road, he's not. And this is my criticism of Privasek, that, you know, I just worry that we're not getting the action on climate, and that was a massive push for Albanese, and we've never got any money for it, but the defence budget just found another 50 billion on top of the 387 billion. So we've found 440 almost $1 billion for defence, but we can't afford to do stuff because it might increase your cost of living, because your house might become more expensive if you are lucky enough to ever afford to buy one. And there's all these disconnects.
Yes.
And
across society, absolutely. I totally agree.
And but I'm not hearing, and this is my thing, and I'm just not hearing people sheeting some blame home to the people who have the power right now to make a difference. And they know who they are, and we know who they are, but I don't hear anyone ever being critical of them, especially in the way that they were critical of the other side when they were in power. And I was critical too. I still reckon Melissa Price was the absolute dead set worst environment minister we've ever had, closely followed by Susan Lee and Josh Frydenberg. And now Tanya Plibersek can join that illustrious ranks, because when you have the power and you talk about it all the time and you don't do it, there should be a political price to pay. But I'm just so sad, because I don't think people with influence are ensuring that there is a political price to pay, because the other lot are shit, are much more shit, you know. So maybe 5 Jackie Lambies and 4 David Pococks and Barbara Pocock and even a what's his name? What is his name? Hat Man in Queensland.
Catter.
Bob Catter. Maybe they're actually better than milk toast outer suburban ALP guy, you know. Not forever, just once, just do it once, you know, because then we might see some change. I don't know. Look, Holly, I always appreciate that you come on and you keep your sensible hat on while I rant.
Happy to.
And I do completely understand all the different pressures that are on, but you know, when I started this in 2020, I was saying the same kind of things, and we were all wishing that things would be different. But we're not making a difference on plastic. We're not making a difference in really having... and when I say making a difference, I'm not talking about people doing research and publishing stuff and doing really good work that is basically invisible to most of the population. But we're not reducing our plastic into the environment. And we're not cutting stuff down, and we're not reducing our light pollution. And there's all this stuff that just isn't part of the mainstream conversation. We talk about it on Twitter, but nobody's on Twitter, right? In terms of the broader world.
Yep.
But it's not in the news. It's not on the news. It's not on the breakfast shows. It's not on Neil Mitchell or whoever who's the latest. I don't know who the latest tosser is on the radio. I mean, Kyle and Jackie O are never talking about any of this stuff. I don't think I want them to. No, but
I understand. I understand what you mean, and that mainstream dealing with sort of, and we've talked about sort of dealing with like mainstream media in the past, and how it's so very much driven by them searching you out, unless it is some sort of event that you can sort of put a release out on. so much of that is them coming to you for comment on whatever flavor topic is at the time. So that influencing what appears is really, really challenging. And I mean, again, I'm just harping back to Toonda and stuff. I think one of the things that I appreciated when the Toonda announcement was made was that when our CEO Kate Miller was doing her was speaking to the media, she always brought it back to nature laws. So this was great, but we need stronger nature laws in order to actually achieve long-term change. And so there was that effort to make that connection and to celebrate that victory while always also bringing it back to sort of the bigger issue that's going on, and sort of letting it get to that point. So I don't know what the answer is.
No.
It's hard.
Oh, it's super hard.
Yeah.
We talk about Toonda and the connections.
Mm.
Not all the birds stop at Toonda. Some of them come
No.
down to Western Port. So
Absolutely.
Western Port's got to be protected, and Bass
Absolutely.
Strait's got to be protected, and the northern the northern part of Tasmania's got to be protected, and Broome has to be protected, and Darwin Harbour has to be protected,
Absolutely.
and Mackay has to be protected, and this is the stuff that I wish that all the people with the ability to influence, normie, mainstream opinion were out there saying. And look, I said nobody's on Twitter. I am so happy.
I apologise to everyone watching on Twitter right now.
I don't want you to think that you're nobody. You are a person on your own, and I hope you are out there taking some kind of action. But I'm probably being unfair, but I'm still. I probably am being unfair, but what happens? What happens if the Liberals win the next election and the crossbench doesn't hold the balance of power? Where's conservation then? How quick are they? How fast will they be to improve our biodiversity laws? Right? Mm-hmm. So. I don't know.
No, look, I totally understand. I think you're expressing that frustration of somebody who, not unique. Many of us, have really similar frustrations. I just don't know what the answer is. All we can do is work within the confines of what we've got. And, we are, a much bigger organisation than we were 10 years ago. We're still relatively small in the scheme of things if you're looking at sort of getting into mainstream media and that sort of thing. So, I think all we can do is keep trying, and that's really hard. And you get that ecological grief.
We don't give up.
We don't
give up.
Things, and we keep growing that supporter base and talking to that supporter base in different ways. It might not be in the way that you're suggesting, but I think across the board in all other environmental NGOs, there's that sense of frustration is a common feeling, for sure.
And which is why I want to raise it. And look, I'd love comment from people too about whether am I being too radical and too extreme. But if people who have been working in NGOs, and let's say an average time for some of these people who have been leading these movements 10 or 5 years, right? If you're experiencing frustration now, well, and that we've been utilising the same tactics and the same strategies for 20 years, 30 years. I mean, it's been...
We have, though.
Do you think not? Do you think
I
think
so? I mean, I guess it's hard for me to comment because we've gone from a much smaller organisation that didn't sort of have as much of a profile as the growing one we have now. So it's probably a little bit different. I'm not sure that the tactics remain the same. I could be totally wrong.
I think we're utilising different media. obviously, because the technology has shifted along. But but people still sort of say don't annoy people. Like people's, I think the Extinction Rebellion way of going about things is often, oh, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. But then I'm thinking, why not bloody shut down if we could mobilise enough people to annoy every person at every Bunnings in a capital city one weekend with one direct message: stop cutting shit down and selling it as window frames. That would get the conversation on mainstream.
We'll get the conversation going, but I guess the risk that you run is that you shut the people down that are upset that they can't get to Bunnings too.
Who none of whom are voting for the environment. This is my point: is that
and are they less likely to if they're
if they're not likely to be persuaded by all the good stuff that we do, and they're not, well, why do we care? It's a bit like, what we have to shift is a small percentage of people on the fringes of the middle, and they're the people who are already, they're not in our echo chamber, right? Because we're in one.
No. Yeah, absolutely.
Right? I'm banging on about this all the time to the same people, so I totally get that. But what we need to do is get 1 out of 15 people, might even be 1 in 20, who is in the fringe, to actually say, you know what? These clowns had a go. We don't like the other clowns. It's like, I don't want to vote for Bozo and I don't want to vote for Humphrey, but maybe, just maybe, this one election, I'm going to vote for the environment just for this one time. Because nothing else changes around the fringes, right? Look at the bold housing policy that we've got. Look at the bold action that they've taken in all the different economic forums. No, nothing. It's just the very feathery edges. I mean, I saw this is off topic, but I was really impressed today that we've got the Truth and Reconciliation and the treaty thing going on in Victoria here. Well, the Indigenous leaders told the Premier, walk the walk. You've been doing the talk, walk the bloody walk. Let's see more of that. Plebiscite, walk the walk. Oh, yeah. I'm thinking we're probably getting up to time. Yes, I was just saying. So, Holly, tell me something good or that's coming up. Oh, everyone too, by the way. Holly, we're going to be doing about monthly, and if possible, we'll bring in people who have got positive messages in the space to talk about that are related to the work Holly's doing in BirdLife. That's how I'd like to see. That's how I'd like to see this year going back. Before you go, Holly, we've done the politics thing. Tell me about your garden. What's changed in your garden?
I had yellow-tailed black cockatoos visit my garden and I was so excited. So that is nothing particularly changed in that space.
Did you do any planting? Have you done?
I did a lot of weeding. I did a lot of weeding. I planted a couple of things, a couple of little wattles that are all still tube stock, so they've got a little while. I did a bunch of weeding in the backyard, but I was very excited that I have what I'm assuming is the same pair of yellow-tailed black cockatoos. Showed up. They've probably shown up about 5 times since the start of the year to feed on my big banks, my coastal banksias in the front yard. And they are that's my garden highlight. I have not had anything that cool in my garden before, and my husband, I forbade him from coming inside the house because he was in the front yard when they landed, and I told him he was messaging me. I said he's not allowed in the house in case he scares them going up the stairs. So he had to hang out. It was really hard for him. He had to hang out and watch them for half an hour. It was terrible.
Now, when you say coming up the stairs, is that because you've got outside stairs to come?
Yeah, we've got outside stairs. Okay. Yeah. So we've had them visit quite a few times now, and they're just so
Aren't
gorgeous.
Aren't they amazing?
Oh,
And the different vocalizations when the group actually settle and are
yeah,
chatting with each other
little
is
creaks and
is so yeah.
yeah. So it's
Yeah.
just been this pair, male and female. Um, Really, really exciting. And there's a big flock around the place at the moment, which has been nice to see. Similarly, what's on yellow-faced honeyeaters
Oh yes.
are
Well,
heading
that's right.
north at the
Yeah.
moment. So
Yep.
I've had sort of flocks in the last week heading over my place when we've had some days like today, which are nice and clear and sunny. So that's been lovely watching the little
You,
tinkles of them going overhead.
are you getting silver eyes coming through as well?
I haven't. All I've had is yellow-faced honeyeaters at the moment, from what I can tell in the little flying. A lot of them head up the mountain ranges along the escarpment, and we've just had these smaller groups coming up over the suburbs. But it's been really, really nice. So they've kind of been my two highlights for this year, and yeah, a lot of weeding, getting on top of stuff, never ends.
Ah, look, it's good. There's so much going on. Well, I'm just sorry, Holly. I'm just checking.
You're okay.
I just saw someone doing a first seen and heard on the
Oh, good.
on the Twitter, and I wondered if they were watching at the same time or something. They might have told us. Now, we haven't settled on a date for the next one, but Holly, do we want to try and aim at like the first, second, third, or last Monday of the
Sure.
month, and then we can just sort of broadly
Yeah.
talk about that?
So let's go. The last Monday of the month for May is 27th. If you want to lock that in.
Okay, I already assumed that we might aim for that, so I already have a green
Excellent.
Holly magnet on the
Done.
whiteboard, so that's cool. And we'll always try and do around midday a bit. You know, that would be cool. I promise, Holly, I'm not going to be so bloody.
Look, it's been a while,
whingy.
Grant. Had to get it out.
Oh,
It's all right. It's
I'm
okay.
I'm just so.
I know.
And look, and look, people watching and listening and whatnot. Tell me if I'm being too much of a negative Nancy or whatever, but I'm really focused on the outcomes, and why I'm so grumpy is I'm not seeing the outcomes. I'm still hearing the words. And the words are very nice, and the pictures of people hugging koalas. Or last point, I promise on this, Holly. Can we please call out the politicians who want to talk about conservation and environment, who go to a zoo or some kind of private development that is setting aside a small offset on the corner? Can we just call them out about that's not conservation, that's development policy, that's not conservation policy, and normalising that conservation happens at zoos. And people know my thoughts about the great conservation work that happens at zoos.
Mm-hmm.
But zoos are not going to save and wind back our biodiversity emergency. And we're normalising that that's where politicians do their conservation and environment announcements. And I wish we would just not let them get away with it. Make them go to bloody the snowy ranges or the, beaches where hooded dotterels are breeding or something. Just make them do something out of their comfort zone, so that their press secretaries might have to take their high-heeled shoes or their really nice polished leather shoes off. Maybe they have to get some sand or some dirt under their toenails. Anyway, Holly, thanks. It's always a delight. I love talking to you. It's one of my favourite things about doing doing the show. Oh, Glenn's got a comment. Here we go. Where are we? Down here. Where is it? Here we are. And Glenn's far more level-headed than I am, Holly. He says, all good, Grant. What the collective we have been doing isn't working, so something needs to change. So maybe your rants may be needed. Yeah, Thanks for the kind words, Glenn. I always know that when I'm interviewing someone, they are generally not in the position to make any of the changes that I want. But politicians won't have discussions like this. They won't. They just won't. And, Holly's profile is so much more than mine. And Bob, what's his name? Bob Crocodile Hunter
Catter.
Guy,
Catter.
No.
Irwin.
Irwin. And so, anyway, I don't want to go there again. Holly, I look forward to seeing you on the 27th of May.
Absolutely.
I hope we're having some discourse in the middle. Please let me know anything that comes across your desk that I should be talking about, so that I can let the good people know. And also, if there's any of the projects that I haven't caught up with, or anything that you see that's really interesting that should be talked about, let me know and I'll talk about it.
I will.
And I will relentlessly tag you for first seen and heard, because hopefully you'll go, first seen,
Oh, that's right.
yellow-tailed black cockatoos.
Yeah.
Or,
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. Well, all around the country.
If people are wondering what we do have coming up, they can go to the events page of the BirdLife website. I will send you the link, Grant, if you want to pop it up.
I will do. I'll actually go after you've gone, and I'm filling in the next bit of time, because I am going to keep streaming. I will go to your page. I'll also go to the Birds in Backyards count. I'll do the link, and I'll pull up the newsletter link too, so people can get on, so they can get all your web stuff. What are they called? The webinars.
Yes, webinars, which will be around the time we talk next as well. Will be the May one. So
and let me say, if you like me, I hadn't been a member of BirdLife for a couple of years. So if you liked me and you hadn't paid up and you were just on the supporter list, pay up. That's my other thing. Join your favourite. Yeah, it is. And look, I've just had a rant, but so many people doing really amazing work that are the projects supported by BirdLife. And I mean, so many people who have tirelessly advocated for birds. And I'm all for the advocacy. I just want to see the next bit happen. I want to see our advocacy turn into some concrete achievements. So, yeah. Holly, you're a star.
Thanks, Grant. Good to be back.
Birds in Backyards TV too. I'll also focus on that.
Lovely. See you in a month.
27th of May, midday. Holly's
Done.
back then. Okay.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Okay, everyone. Let me mark the that part. Good. That's done. Let's be a little bit wide-ranging for a little while before we do lunch. Certainly, let me know if you think I'm being too extremist or something. Also, what I'd like to get your comments while I get some more stuff to discuss. How do you feel about these projects like Extinction Rebellion, where, like, for instance, in Melbourne, where the other day they had 9 small groups, I think it was, and they blocked off several intersections and the front of Parliament House and did all those kind of things that were really annoying for people who were trying to go somewhere, but it got on the news. Right? Got on the news, but they don't ever talk to anyone from Extinction Rebellion. Blocking the Westgate Bridge. Nothing more annoying. I used to, 10 or 15 years ago, I was certainly one of those people that thought that kind of direct action / radical protest was counterproductive. But I'm not in that group anymore, because I used to be driving around being a sales rep, wearing my suit, working out of an office, worried about my next appointment 15 years ago, 20 years ago. That was me. That was where my head was at. I was working in corporate. And my outlook has totally changed, and I was a rusted on ALP person. I recited some of the loony lefties, greenies. How could the greenies run a government? Blah, 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 blah. While being a conservationist, I supported the Franklin protests, and I'd been to many protests. I've been to anti-nuclear protests. I've been an advocate at local government meetings talking about development, for some developments, against most developments that I saw. But I was never shifting in my support for the majority leftist party. And those days are gone. Those days are gone. Because I believe when you have your hands on the levers of power, you should use them. Saying you might use them in 3 or 5 years' time invites the possibility that you don't have your hands on the levers anymore, and therefore you don't get to do them. You don't get to do the good that you talk about. If it's a risk that you will lose government for doing something, equally the risk holds that you lose government for doing nothing. And what would you rather be remembered for? Doing nothing, or being the group that did something astoundingly positive that was hard to reverse? Once you put the thing in place and a whole lot of industries change their modus of operation to facilitate that change, they don't want to move back. They've already invested all the money in the change, and they probably see the benefits of a good policy anyway. They don't want to go back. So, anyway. And folks, too, tell me, was I unfair having that conversation with Holly? Got to give Holly points, don't you? Because she fronts up, and I carry on like a lunatic sometimes, don't I? When you've got people like Holly working in an organisation like BirdLife, and, geez, all of the others. I mean, I don't usually, when I reach out to have an interview with anyone from BirdLife, they generally don't respond, honestly. So I think that tells me that I'm I think, but I don't mind being the radical out here on the fringe, because everyone else is in a pool that, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to be, in 5 years, 10 years' time, you can all point at me and say, you were such a dickhead back then, and that there will be double the amount of swift parrots flying around in the forests, and that we've got more native forests, and that the Regent honeyeater doesn't need a captive breeding program to keep its numbers up, and that emperor penguins and king penguins are still plentiful. that the Gordian finch has increased in its breeding populations. You know, I'll happily be the lunatic dickhead in 10 years' time if that's the case. I'll actually wear a sign and walk around with lunatic dickhead on, if that's right. Okay, a couple of comments coming in. Stan, Kangaroo Island TV. Protest is an important right and gets a message out. I vote with my heart, and my heart is with the natural world. Thanks, Stan. Yeah, that's me. I guess the point I'm pushing a little bit is that I don't think voting is enough. I think advocacy, voting, and really doing that difficult work of having conversations with people that might make them feel uncomfortable but that might challenge them is what's required now. Thanks, Loz. I agree. Glenn says, I'm still in your old camp. I think they do more harm than good. We need to persuade the ones on the fridge, not on the fridges, on the fringes, and those sort of actions may well drive the fence sitters away. The ones that support them are already on the right side of the fence. Well, I understand your point, and I was certainly there once upon a time. But at the same time, I remember watching the Franklin River protesters and my father and all the people of his age group that I was sitting around a dinner table with telling me they were all radical loony lefties and we need forestry and we need this and we need that and blah, 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 blah. They were wrong. And it's, you know, don't really want to get too much into what's going on in the States at the moment, but when the moratoriums happened in Melbourne for the Vietnam War, they were the loony fringe. They were upsetting people because they couldn't go about their regular lives in the city. They were hampering business. They were making it hard for people to get home or go and get their lunch. But now, it's as if everyone who was at the moratoriums for the end of the Vietnam War are held up as being the heroes and everything. But that's not how they were being portrayed and viewed at the time by the normies. But they were unquestionably right. And if they didn't do it, would the Vietnam War have ended in the timely fashion that it did for Australians? Remember, Australians pulled out way before the Americans did. Sometimes I think, it's like that whole concept of the Overton window, that it shifts. But you actually need the extreme, the far extreme at one side to pull the middle across. Maybe not to the extreme. You know, I understand people are not going to get as far left as me. But I'd like to see them move perhaps a little bit more. And, it's like, why is the show called The Bird Emergency? Because I believe it's an absolute emergency. And in 4 years, we have not got that far. It's more than 4 years, isn't it? Jeez, I should have the date when I did my first interview on the board. I think the first interview I did was in 2017, I think. So I've been banging on about this for 7 years and talking to people about stuff for 7 years. And in that time, we got the good guys in power. New Zealand had the good guys in power. And now in New Zealand, the good guys are out of power. And they've unwound extremely rapidly the good work that was done. So I can just see that happening again here. Folks, I'm going to get my bookmarks up on Twitter, if I can find them. Is that the bookmarks? No. That's my list. Where's my bookmarks? Here. a couple of things I wanted to highlight to show you. Take me a little while to find them probably. Yeah, here we go. Let me show this up. And this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. This is a tweet from, hang on, it's this, share this tab. Here we go. So this is this morning, Dr. Kirsty Howie. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Kirsty Howie is the Executive Director at Environment Centre Northern Territory. Okay. Station owners have applied to bulldoze 5,800 hectares of ghostbat and Gordian finch habitat near the Daly River, while also being prosecuted for unlawful land clearing. So, let's talk about that, or let's just reflect on that for a minute. They are already being prosecuted for unlawful land clearing, and now they have a permit in to clear more land. Gordian finch habitat, ghostbat habitat. Plebiscite can knock it on the head. I'll also show you there's a petition here. The website here, if you probably can't see it, but it's for Save the Daily, ecnt.org.au, Environment Centre Northern Territory.org.au/Save the Daily. So there's a petition here, and I'm pretty sure that that you can sign it if you are from somewhere other than the Northern Territory. So anyway, that's the first thing I wanted to show you. I'll put links up for this a bit later on, but if you're on Twitter, please follow Dr. Kirsty Howie. Now, this is the good news that Holly and I were talking about the 24-hour cat curfew in New Zealand. This is a tweet from Hugh Possingham. Congratulations, Geelong Council. Great outcome for Australia's wildlife and a great outcome for the safety and welfare of domestic cats. Now, local government taking some action. The story in the Geelong Independent. Council supports 24-hour cat curfew. There's one of those fake ads. That's one of those fake ads. See, share this tab. Here we are. So, council supports 24-hour cat curfew. Now, see that ad there? That's one of those fake ads that they're running with a media personality, and that they've been doing David Koch and Andrew Forrest and heaps of other people. So just be careful. So many of the stuff that you see in that are on all the socials are actually rubbish. Okay, just read this article out, or parts of it. Geelong Council narrowly passed a vote to introduce a 24-hour cat curfew throughout the city of Greater Geelong. The motion, which will require all cats across the municipality to be confined to their owner's property at all times unless securely restrained, received 5 votes for and 5 against. Mayor Sullivan's vote broke the tie. Don't think we need to read out all the ones who said yes and no. The change comes after the community engagement in 2023 revealed widespread support for the introduction of a 24-hour cat curfew, with 61.9% of respondents in favour of the idea due to roaming cats' impact on neighbours, wildlife and the environment. Fantastic. So they already had a nighttime curfew in the city of Geelong. but they've increased it. The average roaming, here's the statistics that they were quoting in Geelong. The average roaming and hunting pet cat kills 186 mammals, birds and reptiles each year, including 115 native animals. So the councillors who opposed the curfew raised issues with the effectiveness of a curfew and the unexpected costs associated with complying with such a law. The Australian Pet Welfare Foundation provided alternatives around cat management, including targeted financial measures for low-income households, free or subsidised desexing programs. Now, see how they conflate stuff that's got nothing to do with the problem? Free or subsidised desexing programs. So if your desex cat is out roaming free, that's better than your non-desex cat out roaming free. Going to have more education projects. Yeah. With a focus on responsible pet ownership and incentives to owners who actually do comply. Now, how do you show that you complied if your cat doesn't get caught out? Everyone could just say, I complied. Some of these things are really ridiculous when they're put to the test. We'd like to see these programs considered before we make wholesale changes to our cat confinement program. The curfew will become effective on November 1. So still, people have got plenty of time to, to either keep their cats inside or to build a cat run or to move. So there we are. Back to Twitter. So I'll just go through a few of the things I wanted to point out, and then we'll wrap for the day. This was a cool one. Let's increase this zoom in. Who are you barking at, Shadow? Hey, Shadow's out there. Okay, so British Trust for Ornithology here. One of their cuckoos that has been tagged. Joe. Now, you might remember I did it's years ago now, isn't it? I did it for World Migratory Bird Day with Terry Townsend in China, talking about the cuckoos and swifts, but cuckoos that had been ringed and tagged in Europe and that were then migrating to China. Well, here's an example of a European cuckoo named Joe, who arrived in France, but hot on the heels is KP. Will KP head north before making a short crossing over the Bay of Biscay, or might he fly east and cross into France to the west of the Pyrenees? Meanwhile, another cuckoo, Kouache Corres, I think. Kouache Corres is yet to cross the Sahara, but he's made a move 114 miles north in recent days and is currently heading through the savannah region of northern Ghana. Our fingers are crossed for his Sahara crossing. So I do love the way they're tracking these birds. So, all right. What else did I bookmark that I wanted to talk about? How cool are these Slovenian groups? Anyway, back to the bookmarks. Here we are, back to my bookmarks. This is more about bird migration and the geospatial information that's available. Let's check out this video while we're here. Stop. Come back here. I'm sure Audubon won't mind me doing this. Okay, we've got that up. Okay.
This is the Bird Migration Explorer. It uses banding, tracking, abundance, and genetic data to show you the incredible journeys that migratory birds make between places across the hemisphere. Let's follow the sandhill crane, whose migration is among the greatest wildlife spectacles on the continent. Starting at the beginning of the year, you'll find the sandhill crane wintering mostly in the southern end of the North American continent. During spring migration, these cranes embark on their journey north to their summer nesting grounds. Did you know that more than 250,000 cranes can be present at once during their early spring gathering in Nebraska?
How cool was that? Let's go back and hear that cacophony. But I love I love the way that these migrations are able to be represented nowadays and used, especially on social media. And actually, encourage you to have a look at the site there. Visit birdmigrationexplorer.org.
Million cranes can be present at once during their early spring gathering in Nebraska. And when we're experiencing the cooler months of fall migration in the northern hemisphere, we see this bird travel back south to its winter home. With the Explorer, you can see connections from a location such as Panama Bay, which is a bottleneck for migrating birds. Look up your hometown to see where your local birds have been re-encountered across the hemisphere. You can also learn about the particular challenges a species faces and ways you can take action with the Conservation Challenges map. For example, agriculture has a major footprint across much of the Western Hemisphere, so Audubon and our partners work with farmers and ranchers to design bird-friendly practices. By mapping when and where birds like the Swainson's hawk are exposed to these challenges, we can learn more about how to work with communities on the ground to protect birds and people. The Bird Migration Explorer is the first tool of its kind, a free, interactive digital platform that combines multiple types of migration data for hundreds of bird species found in the United States and Canada. So why did we, along with our partners, create this new platform for birds and people alike? For one, migratory birds need our help. In the past 50 years, we have lost more than 2.5 billion migratory birds in North America. Learning more about their migrations and the challenges they face can help us protect more birds. Migratory birds also don't recognize borders, so international cooperation is key to their survival. And birds tell us about the health of our environment. By protecting birds and the places they need, we also protect the places that people and other wildlife rely on. This platform was a hemispheric collaborative effort. More than 500 peer-reviewed studies contributed from hundreds of individual researchers and institutions went into creating the Bird Migration Explorer. There are so many ways you can use the platform to learn more about the birds you love. So why not try out the Bird Migration Explorer for yourself?
Good job. Oh, look at that. Nicholas Gonzalez. Excellent. Excellent. Yes. I hope you enjoyed that. That was great. I really do love the interactions. Feather friendly. Feather friendly make the let me just show this. I'll play this too. I'm sure they won't mind. Oh, where are we? Feather friendly. That's it. Hopefully it's not as loud and doesn't bust your eardrums like that last one. Now feather friendly are in Canada, I believe. So.
Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my...
Actually, I just realised that I probably can't play that music, so I'm just going to pull it down. Oh, that's at the National Loon Centre. How cool is that? There we are. Okay. I'll just pull that down. another one I wanted to draw your attention to. Friends of Bats and Habitat Gippsland, fantastic group. Again, well worth following on Twitter. At Friends Bats. Old hollow trees are burning up and we're losing them. Department of Environment, Land, Water, and I can't remember what P is. Own research in Gippsland, Lucas Bluff 2016, finds that 20 to 30% of old hollow trees collapse with every planned burn and that damage is cumulative. So let's do the numbers, or let's follow on the logical extent of that statistic. So, in each planned burn, 20 to 30% of old hollow trees collapse, so that every time there's a planned burn, you end up with 30% less. And it takes 80 to 100 to 200 years for large hollows to be created. The idea that we're, at the same time as we're felling suitable habitat, and it's not, the argument now is not only about old growth forests, like we were distracted for so long about old growth forest, that terminology. We need to be talking about just suitable habitat for the creatures, and if we need to hang some further tag on it for endangered species. Let's just start with that. Every time there's a planned burn, any that are hollow dependent lose 30% of their opportunities to utilise hollows. And then if there's another planned burn within the, let's say 80 years, and there will be, they're burning, most burns are happening before 30 years. So if we said it took, let's say it takes 80 years for a usable hollow for a mid to large size mammal or bird, and we're burning before 30 years, this is the cycle that is mirrored over most of the country. There are 3 burns before we're getting a new hollow that is suitable. So 30%, and then 30%, and 30%, somewhere around, let's be generous, let's say 75% of the hollows that existed 80 years prior are gone, and we've replaced one hollow. Obviously, there will be more than one hollow, but I don't know what the prevalence. That's something to look up. What the prevalence of new hollows are per hectare over that time. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. This is something I was talking about with Claire Nemes in the earlier conversation. Northward breeding range expansion and diet of the broad-billed hummingbird in central Arizona. Do follow Wilson Ornithological Society, or the Wilson, what are they? At Wilson Ornith Soc, Wilson Ornithological Society. Always promoting fantastic research. More stuff by Audubon. I might leave that because I'm hoping that someone from Audubon will be talking to me. And what I reached out to them about was this story. For American woodcocks, stops along the spring migration routes aren't just for rest. New research has found that these birds raise chicks at multiple points along their journey, a strategy that may make them more adaptable to a changing world. I have reached out to Audubon about that. Hopefully I can get someone to talk to us about what American woodcocks are doing. What's up, Loz? You back and forward? Here we are. The threat of microplastics. This is from the British Ornithological Union. Threat of microplastics exploring plastics in coastal ecosystems along the west coast of India. I've also reached out for that. There's just so much. Oh, passive acoustic monitoring. So much stuff that I saw on the weekend. So I've reached out to a number of people to get some input. Long-term population trends of 48 urban bird species correspond between urban and rural areas. Polly Hemming, more stuff from Polly Hemming. Actually, I've asked Polly to join us too. Oh, so much stuff. Anyway, folks, I'll just leave it open for another minute or two, another couple of minutes to see if any of you have got anything you want to say. Let's pull that out. I'll put on. I grabbed some more. I'll just change the. I grabbed some new music too, by the way. So, tell me what you think of this one. Any suggestions? Any comments? Anyone want to say hi to Loz again? Come on, Loz. Oh, he's quite happy eating and drinking at the moment. Comment here. There we are. Stan said, good job, Grant. Been away for a week driving to the WA border. Emissions free. Yes, I did see your short was it at Ceduna where you had the Teslas were charging after you had, and the generator kicked in to charge the Teslas. I did see that and shared it and liked it, all that stuff. I got distracted again today too on what I wanted to say. I think we might do this tomorrow. But the thing I want to talk about is how to amplify the voices. Following on a bit from the conversation I had with Holly about how do we make a difference and how do we increase the pressure and so I want to talk about how we're using social media. Oh look, I'll just restart my going to restart that because I've frozen again. So here we are. While we're waiting for that to come in, Stan gives us the figures about his drive. 3,000 kilometres. The cost was less than 350 for. I don't want that, do I? No. There we are. I should be back. Good. Come back around here. Oh, here we are. There. Cost was $350 for fuel, petrol, and accommodation all up. Yep, that's the off-grid Nullarbor changer. Yeah, sorry, not petrol, but fast charging cost me $150. There we are. So, are you finding, Stan, that you have to buy petrol? Like your car's 100% EV, isn't it? So, So you're not buying petrol, are you? Or you're not? You can't have. It's not dual fuel anymore, is it? So yeah, 150 accommodation, overnight power cost me 200. Have to get you on, Stan, and talk about the actual practicalities of owning an EV in. Good on you, Loz. That would be an interesting conversation, I think. Okay, well, I've got rid of the Twitter. Yeah, what's that? Can you hear that? I don't know what that was. Stan says, sorry, not 100% EV. Okay. Oh, sorry, 100% EV. Yeah, that was. I thought you were totally EV. So now we understand that. Welcome back, Loz. Yeah. Okay. Folks, I need to have a break. I need to eat something. I'm running out of fuel myself. I'll be back on tomorrow to talk about more things, and maybe by then we've got some of the guests for the rest of the week coming up. I want to tell you that on is it the 3rd? Yeah, Friday the 3rd, this Friday coming, Myron Belay will be joining me, and I'll put some stuff out on the socials about Myron. But he talks about redevelopment, and his basic premise is that what development, and let's maybe say overdevelopment, has buggered up, redevelopment is going to have to put right. It follows on, not exactly linear in a linear sense, but follows on broadly from the conversation that I had with Martin Ty about degrowth. But we're going to have a discussion about extending beyond, the climate emergency and the biodiversity emergency. How do we not repeat the errors that have been made in the past, and how can we change our society and make developing societies able to have a standard of living that everyone is aspiring to, but not have the same kind of issues that we are saddled with now. And I'm thinking a lot about rare earths and all the conflict that's going to happen about mining for those things that we're all going to say are essential. But will we just repeat the same problems that we had with fossil fuels and now that we're having with housing policy? It should be quite wide ranging. I've got a lot to read, and I'll start promoting his website and his articles in the next day or two, so that perhaps we can all come into the conversation well prepared, and hopefully it's educational, interesting, and thought-provoking. So, folks, let's get some of the banners up. I did want to let you know. Okay, some of the stuff that we're talking about with Holly. Act for Birds. That's where you can sign the petition if you haven't already for the action on the rat poison. Also, some of the other campaigns that BirdLife is running. I would like to encourage you to be part of First Seen and Heard. hashtag first seen and heard. Tell us your first bird, first seen and first heard bird each day. I also would like to, where are we? Where's Holly's other ones? Where is it? Oh, I don't know where I've put it. But I will show you. I don't know what my neighbours are doing out there. There's all sorts of funny. Now, if you want to find out about Holly's bird life's webinars, that's where you can find out about them, and you can click through to get on the mailing list, and in the socials and the descriptions, once I get round to doing them later on, I'll put the link for the newsletter in there as well. So, I always tell you, please subscribe at YouTube, thebirdemergency.com/YouTube. And, here we go. And this is the other one I wanted you to check out. Check out the Birds in Backyards TV, the YouTube channel. So, youtube.com/c/Birds in Backyard, BIBY TV. You will also just find it by typing in the search Birds in Backyards. Yep. Okay. I think that's done. Is there any other call to action I'm supposed to do? Oh, I should tell you, if you haven't ever listened to the podcast, thebirdemergency.com/podcast, and you can find a whole lot of the things that are not in the YouTube feed that were that the interviews I did well before I started doing live streams and YouTube. So, yeah. Thanks, Naomi. Thanks, Glenn. Thanks, Stan, for being involved. Thanks so much for Claire. I hope she has a great day bird watching tomorrow. And Holly, of course, for joining me. I probably shouldn't drink any coffee before I have conversations with Holly. I hope she doesn't get too grumpy. Been a delight being with you again today. See you tomorrow. Make sure you follow or subscribe. Oh, here we go. There we are. Stan says, thanks. See ya, Loz. Yeah, just do make sure you're subscribed or following, and then you'll get the notifications, or you should get the notifications. Make sure you do ask for all the notifications. And, of course, Twitter is where I always put what's coming up. Might get the website sorted out this week too. All right, folks. Thanks again. It's always great when you comment and you interact. Keeps it interesting. And thanks to the people on Twitter. I'm loving this, the numbers on Twitter. So thanks. See you tomorrow, bird nerds.